We have everybody. So I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, June 7th, 2022, and I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
All right, and so we'll start with Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Bennett.
Right here.
Alder Carter.
Present.
Alder Curry.
Here.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Furman.
Present.
Alder Halverson.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Paulson.
Excited to be here.
Alder Miadzi.
Present.
Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Vidiver.
Present.
Alder Vahelia.
Here.
And Alder Bass.
Here, please.
Oh, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. Bonnie didn't call my name. Alder Conklin is here.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Alder Conklin.
Present.
Sorry.
Thank you, Alder Conklin. All right, a quorum being present, let's have the meeting instructions, please.
Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. City staff will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the Common Council, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment and recognize that we soon will have several new members, one of whom knows the ropes already, but I will try to talk us through our procedures as we go again, because they have changed recently. And so even those of us who have been in a number of meetings may need a little refresher on things. And for our new members, or frankly, for anyone else, if you have a question about procedure or what order we're doing things in, you can feel free to call for a point of order and we can stop and explain where we're at. I also will just remind us, as I always do, that we are all collectively here to do the business of the people of the city of Madison. And so I ask you to show some grace with your colleagues, assume good intent, and to please try and maintain civility in this space, particularly ask you to refrain from using profanity, whether you are a council member, a staff member, or a member of the public that is with us here tonight. And I thank you in advance. All right, our first items are appointing resolutions. So we will start with item 1, which is Legistar 71630, appointing Bill Tischler as alderperson for District 11 to serve until the spring 2023 election. President Furman?
Move adoption.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Mr. Tischler, would you like to introduce yourself briefly?
Sure. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. It's really an honor to be able to kind of serve in this role and give back to to a city that I've lived in for over 50 years. So I'm looking forward to this opportunity and getting to know everybody here. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussion? Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. Congratulations, Alder Tischler, and welcome to the Common Council. All right, that will take us to item 2, which is Legistar 71632, appointing Matt Fair as Alderperson for District 20 to serve until the spring 2023 election. President Furman?
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Former Alder Fair, would you like to reintroduce yourself to the council?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. Hi, everybody. Matt Fair. I'm excited to be back. I look forward to serving District 20 in the city for the next few months. And I know some of you, not all of you, so I look forward to talking with you all, meeting with you, and working together to move the city forward. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. And I'll take this moment to acknowledge that Alder Fair, we are doing a lot more instead of voice votes, this request for unanimous consent. If you object to recording a unanimous vote, use the raise hand function on Zoom, and we will pause. And there's a few options. You can either ask for a roll call, and then we'll do a roll call vote. If you don't feel the need to ask for a full roll call, but just want to be noted as voting against or abstaining, we can also note that as well, and the clerk will make sure that it's in the minutes. So just to let you all know, that's the procedure that we use for voting on the Zooms these days. All right. Well, congratulations. We have now 3 new alders, and I believe that we are going to swear them in. So I'll ask our clerk, Mary Beth Witzel-Bell, to take the Zoom.
Thank you. If the newly appointed alders would please raise their right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Mayor Paulson,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and the Charter of the City of Madison,
and the Charter of the City of Madison,
and will perform the duties of Common Council member
and will perform the duties of Common Council member
in and for the City of Madison
in and for the City of Madison
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all of you. Welcome to the council. I look forward to the day when we can all be in a room together and welcome you properly to the fold. We will move on to our honoring resolutions now, starting with item number 3, which is Legistar 71556, commending and thanking Alderperson Lindsay Lemmer for her dedicated service to the constituents in District 3 and to the city of Madison. Alder Curry.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my honor. Whereas Alderperson Lindsay Lemmer was elected to the Madison Common Council on April 2nd, 2019, and whereas Alderperson Lemmer served on the Plan Commission, the Board of Health for Madison and Dane County, Common Council Executive Committee, Economic Development Committee, Public Market Development Committee, Ad Hoc Redistricting Committee, City-County Homeless Issues Committee, Equal Opportunities Commission, Housing Strategy Committee, President's Work Group on Environmental Justice, and President's Work Group to review council communication tools and processes. And whereas, as a member of the Board of Health for Madison and Dane County throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, Alder Lemmer was proud to stand up for science, data, and for saving lives by supporting critical emergency orders and the exceptional leadership of the Director of Public Health. Whereas, Alder Lemmer worked to establish safety improvements throughout her district, which include additions coming this year to make the Milwaukee Street Bridge over the interstate safer for pedestrians and bicycles, much-needed pedestrian safety and traffic calming on and around Milwaukee Street, Sprecher Road, and Cottage Grove Road, among other areas. Whereas, Alder Lemmer was pleased to stand with UW Health nurses as they advocate for their right to organize while they deal with staffing shortages, supply shortages, and risk theirs and their families' health to care for us all. Whereas, Alder Lemmer was pleased to work with Captain Matt Ty to establish a plan to move mental health crisis transports to a third party from the police department so that people experiencing the worst day of their lives aren't further traumatized, and is grateful to former Madison mental health officer Ryan Jennison for alerting her to this need, and looks forward to see the work continue under the leadership of Alders Curry, Figueroa Cole, Conklin, Vitiver, and Paulson. Whereas, Alder Lemmer worked to make it easier and more affordable to live in Madison, and was happy to sponsor a variety of ordinances and funding to make it easier to add sorely needed housing. Whereas, Alder Lemmer worked to address violence as the public health crisis that it is, and sponsored additional investments in violence prevention and for the city's collaboration with Focus Interruption. Whereas, due to Alder Lemmer's efforts, Madison cats are landing on their feet due to the ban on cat declawing and the ban on landlords requiring resident cats to be declawed. Whereas, Alder Lemmer worked hard to understand and to hear the priorities and voices of District 3 and to represent that diversity of voices in her positions and efforts, and provided frequent updates in her blog and in neighborhood meetings and events. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and Common Council commend and thank Alderperson Lindsay Lemmer for her dedicated service to her constituents in District 3 and to the City of Madison. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you, Alder Curry. We'll take that as moved by Alder Curry and seconded by President Furman. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Lindsay, I don't have any prepared remarks, and I may not be eloquent in what I have to say, but heartfelt, I just want to tell you that I'm so grateful to have gotten to know you and work with you these last 3+ years. We came on the council at the same time. I have found you to be refreshing to work with, always seeking that pragmatic middle ground where we actually get things done here on council, willing to listen to all sides of the debate. And I've always was encouraged and struck by your joyful approach to public service, your positive attitude, your willingness, again, to engage and do it with a smile on your face and joy in your heart. And that, I think, is something that we can all learn from. It's a character attribute and trait that I think will carry you far in life and ensure your continued success. You'll be greatly missed.
Thank you, Alder. And I'll remind us that the tradition we have imposed upon ourselves is to have 2 alders speak for a retiring alder. So I'm just going to pause for a moment since we have 3 hands up to see if anybody would like to defer and call on Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. I did prepare some remarks at the request of Alder Lemmer, so I'm going to keep my place in line. Thanks. First, I'd like to offer congratulations to former Alder Lemmer on her new job. Lindsay, based just on our aldering experiences from 2019 onwards, we all know not only that you will succeed in your new endeavor, but you will excel. I'll try not to repeat what has already been said, but I do want to offer one criticism. Your undying commitment to your constituents, always responding promptly to their communications, keeping them aware, organizing meetings and engaging with neighbors, all stakeholders, and just regular folk, set a bad example. I worry that my constituents expect the same level of services that you do, so diligently provide to District 3 and have for more than 3 years. No doubt your constituents deeply appreciate your dedication, but it sets some unreasonable expectations for the rest of us. Seriously, though, I have so enjoyed collaborating with you on the many issues we have worked on together. I purposely use the word collaborate because that is the essence of how you have approached being an alder, working together. For me, our time on the Plan Commission has been one of the most rewarding aspects of being an alder. A major part of that has been your calm and thoughtful presence and always your exceptional preparation, also known as doing your homework. You have pushed the city's progressive housing agenda forward in countless deliberate ways. I also recognize that at Plan Commission, Common Council, CCEC, and the many other BCCs on which you served, you were always civil and that you deployed your insightful remarks only when appropriate and only when most impactful. When Alder Lemmer's hand went up, or in pre-pandemic days when her speaking light turned on, it meant pay attention. It also has been rewarding for me to collaborate with you on the labor issues that are near and dear to your heart, whether through our mutual UW campus union, working with building trades, teachers, or organizing with UW health nurses who must see their union recognition soon. It is clear that workers' rights are a true passion for you. Thank you for being a labor advocate. I realize that you won't be able to vote tonight when we approve the LGBTQ Rainbow Crosswalk program, but thank you so much for being a visionary back in 2020. I certainly will cast my vote on this program in your honor, and I hope you will be in town when the top of State Street Crosswalk is dedicated so you can accept the credit you deserve. Lastly, thank you for your friendship. While we will all miss you and your keen mind tremendously for as long as our virtual meetings remain in our lives, we will also miss Billy's Zoom antics, whether on your keyboard, your shoulder, or even on your head. In the future, I hope you and Billy both visit us virtually and in person. Best of luck to you, Adam, and Billy.
Thank you, Alder. Since apparently neither Alder Paulson nor Alder Verveer will defer to tradition, Alder Paulson.
Thank you, and I appreciate tradition, but I'm going to pretend that I didn't quite understand what the mayor was suggesting here. Just on behalf of District 3, Lindsay, I want to say thank you. I've gotten a number of welcome emails, and all of them include a sentiment to the effect of, we had such a great relationship with Lindsay, or we loved working with Lindsay, and you're getting still a lot of love from District 3. So thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I was honored, Lindsay, when you asked me last week, I think it was, to say a few words on your behalf tonight. So Mayor, don't be too sore at me. I believe I was one of Lindsay's designees, but we all love her so much. We're tripping over ourselves wanting to say a few words tonight. So Lindsay, as you probably recall, my journey with you began when I was, and probably unfortunately for you, assigned your mentor as a rookie alder by the council leadership. I realize that for many of my colleagues, our colleagues, that's something that many of them haven't experienced since we took a lapse in that tradition. But I feel like you probably didn't get much out of the mentorship, Lindsay, but I want you to know I got a lot more out of it than I think you did. It seemed after that first month in office, you certainly knew what you were doing. The training wheels were well off, and you didn't need me to ask random questions of. But more seriously, although it was only for 1 year because of this awful global pandemic, I really can't tell you how meaningful I think it is having such a cheerful, delightful seatmate in room 201 of the City County building. And again, for many of our newer colleagues that haven't experienced that yet, I want you to know it does make a difference. I've served on the council for a very long time, and I recall with great fondness who each of my seatmates have been over those many years. And Lindsay, you are right up there among them, even though it was only for a short, approximately 1 year before COVID interrupted that seatmate relationship. Speaking of my tenure on the council, as you know, I've served for over a quarter century now. And so I have seen council colleagues come and go. And I want you to know very sincerely, Lindsay, that you are among the finest public servants I've had the privilege of serving with. Although it's only been a relatively short tenure, certainly for me, that's 3 years plus is very short tenure. You have shown in so many ways, small and large, what a dedicated public servant you are. You have represented your constituents with distinction. You obviously leave huge shoes for Eric in terms of 3rd District residents. I remember those first questions you asked me about right away. We're dealing with traffic issues, and you tackled those amongst many other issues with great accomplishment over those 3 years. So you will absolutely be remembered for all of the right reasons, in my estimation, amongst all of the many colleagues that I've had the privilege of serving with over the years. I won't repeat certainly what's already been said. The previous speakers were tough acts to follow. The resolution honoring your accomplishments speaks for itself. But I do want to mention a couple of other things quickly, if I might amplify. And that is, although you and I never had the privilege of serving on a single solitary city board, committee, or commission together, I want you to know that I observed from afar your excellent committee work, especially at the Plan Commission. Without offending other Plan Commissioners, I want you to know that whenever there was a divided vote of the commission, I looked first as to how Commissioner Lemmer voted in those minutes when it was rezoning that we would be asked to consider here at the council. Additionally, with so many agenda items from the 4th District being at Plan Commission meetings, I have seen you in action as a sideline observer in that perspective so many times. And as was referenced earlier by Patrick, you are an excellent Plan Commissioner, and it takes a rare talent, I think, to serve as a Plan Commissioner and follow the standards required of you by law. Additionally, and not many people might realize this, I have long thought that it is a tremendous challenge to ask the one alder to serve on the Board of Health, especially since the city and county unified our respective health departments. You as our sole representative on the health board through the pandemic, working on violence prevention, even championing, UW health nurses, has all been quite obvious, I think, to all of us. And I hope perhaps that Matt, as our newly minted alder, will be willing to reassume that position as the sole challenging position of council member on the Board of Health. Because I think it is a challenge with all this health employees being county employees, for us alders to have a good perspective on what's happening there. I also want to say from my point of view and observation of all the redistricting committee meetings, you were right there front and center, being a level of calm, a tremendous perspective as a redistricting committee member, and it did not go unnoticed. I want to further mention that all of the years I've served on the council, I can't think of another colleague off the top of my head that has proven to be time and time again a friend of animals more, Lindsay. I always suspected it was because of Billy since we started our Zoom meetings together. But your legislative accomplishments in the area of animal welfare are well known. It was so appropriate that at your last official council meeting, we were able to take action on the landlord prohibition against requiring the declawing of cats. I know that TAG will do your person's work filling your shoes when we consider the ordinance to ban the commercial breeding and selling of dogs and cats for the purposes of experimentation in the next few meetings. And I want you to know that my support for that will be because of you, largely, Lindsay. I also want you to know that your support of the LGBTQ plus community has not gone unnoticed. I think, as Patrick said, it is wholly appropriate that the night that we're honoring you, we are taking hopefully final action on getting the pilot underway this summer for the Rainbow Crosswalk Art Program. You have always centered equity at all of your public service. We all know that. And in closing, let me just say that I certainly wish you and Adam all of the best as you embark on this new adventure, this new chapter of your lives, of your careers. I know it was an extremely difficult decision for both of you to leave your hometown and relocate to the San Francisco Bay Area, and moreover for you, Lindsay, to leave this public service that you've been engaged in the last few years here. So I'm going to miss you very much personally. I can't thank you enough for all of the excellent work you've done for our community. And what, again, I consider 3 short years. Your accomplishments are, I think, going to be legendary. And I wish you and Adam all of the best. Godspeed, my friends.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I will try to hold it together here. I just want to say that it has been such a great honor to work with all of you, to work to make our city a better place for all of its residents. I'm especially grateful to have been able to work with you all during this unique period of time that we have shared in the last few years. And I will forever treasure the relationships that I've made here. Despite the challenges to collaboration that the pandemic has posed, I learned so much from all of you. I learned how to work together to get things done and the importance of rising above the trap of siloing oneself. Through our shared experience of the last few years, I learned the importance of listening to each other and the importance of treating each other with kindness to do the important work that needed to be done. I learned that even in what may be seen as one of our toughest times, we can still do great things together. I'm truly grateful and can sleep well at night, knowing that District 3 is not just in capable hands, but has solid, highly informed, and incredibly thoughtful leadership under Alder Paulson. And I am genuinely excited to see all that he will accomplish. My sincere hope is that I have served my district and our city well. In every decision I made, I tried my best to represent the voices, values, and priorities of my community. I look forward to continuing friendships with all of you. We'll be in Madison for quite a while yet, so please stay in touch. Once we're settled in Santa Cruz and it's one of those bone-chilling, below-zero February days in Madison, and it's sunny and 72 where I am, we would be proud to welcome you for a visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We will miss you. It has been an absolute honor to serve with you, and we wish you all the best in California.
Thank you.
A virtual round of applause for Alder Lemmer as we say goodbye. All right, that will take us to, oh wait, we have to actually vote on it. My goodness. Is there any objection to recording unanimous and sad vote in favor of the honoring resolution? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. Thank you, Alder. All right, that will bring us to item 4, which is Legistar 71842, recognizing June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth Independence Day in the city of Madison. Alder Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas it has been over 400 years since the first Africans were enslaved and violently brought to what would become the United States, including to Florida in 1526 and to Point Comfort, Virginia in 1619. And whereas it was not until June 19, 1865, that federal troops arrived in Galveston, Texas, finally emancipating enslaved Texans. And I'll pass it to Alder Conklin.
Thank you. Whereas news of the end of slavery, traveled slowly to enslaved laborers throughout Texas, with some plantation owners keeping the news from them until after the harvest of that year. And I'll pass it to Alder Bennett.
Whereas June 19th is known as Juneteenth, an acknowledgement of the fact and to commemorate this date as the end of slavery in the United States, and
Alder Mayazzi will be speaking if he's here.
Whereas in 1866, emancipating communities began celebrating Juneteenth as Jubilee Day, today known as Emancipation Day, Emancipation Celebration, Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, June National Freedom Day, and Juneteenth Independence Day. And whereas the city of Madison and Dane counties representatives together will raise their official Juneteenth flag on June 13th, 2022. The flag will remain raised until the end of day on June 30th. The flag represents a new beginning, the burst surrounding the stars representing the new horizon, opportunities and promises to lay ahead. The star represents the Lone Star State, Texas, a nod where Juneteenth was first celebrated in 1865, and the freedom of Black Americans in 50 states. The color red, white, and blue represents all Americans who cherish and stand for freedom. And I'll pass it to Benford, Alder Benford.
Thank you. I think we're out of order here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know what order I'm supposed to go in. I'm sorry.
I'll pick it up. This is Alder McKinney. Whereas Juneteenth commemorates the continued strength and resolve of Black and African Americans throughout our history and serves as an opportunity to celebrate the rich and numerous contributions of Black and African Americans. And I'll pass it on to Alder Wahaley.
Whereas we salute the many folks both here in the city of Madison, Dane County, state of Wisconsin, and across the United States for working diligently over the years to ensure formal recognition of Juneteenth. 47 states, including Wisconsin, have declared Juneteenth, June 19, to be a state holiday. And on June 17, 2021, President Biden signed into law Juneteenth as an official national federal holiday. And whereas June 19, 2022 marks the 157th commemoration of Juneteenth. And back to Alder Carter.
Yes, and I'm going to pass it back to Alder Curry to do the now therefore be it resolved.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Madison and all Madisonians commit to engaging in actions and initiatives promoting racial equity and social justice, bringing meaning and significance to this day as we work toward a more just society.
And now I will pass it on to Alder Benford to bring it home.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Be it finally resolved that the Madison Common Council and Mayor recognize and celebrate June 19th 2022 in commemoration of Juneteenth Independence Day.
Thank you, Alders. I'm going to take that as moved by Alder Carter and seconded by Vice President Curry, if that's all right with everyone. And Alder Carter, I believe you wish to present this to Greg Jones. Is that correct?
Yes, I will be presenting this to Greg Jones. He is the president of the NAACP, one of the oldest grassroots organizations that has been on the ground for 140 years. Greg? Greg hasn't been on the ground for 140 years. I'm at the organization.
And I believe that Greg is in the attendees list if staff can bring him forward.
Okay, I think we got it. Well, good afternoon, good evening, Council and Mayor. And let me extend my deep heart thanks to you for the presentation, the history, the reflection, and most importantly, the pathway forward. I'm so glad to have seen you all provide such eloquent historical facts around this, such an important event. So let me thank on behalf of the NAACP and the entire Madison community, the courage and the bravery of your bodies tonight, putting forth this resolution on behalf of the people of this country, and especially the people of Madison. So thank you again. This will be in our aisle of our wall of awards, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak to this event. So hopefully I'll see everyone Saturday, the 19th rather, at Penn Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Is there further discussion, Alder Conklin?
Not further discussion, but I did just want to clear up that it is the 18th, Saturday, the 18th at Penn Park for the Juneteenth celebration parade. So you were right, Greg.
Saturday, the 18th at Penn Park to celebrate, and we will be raising the flag as well. Alder Carter?
I will be raising the flag, I believe, on June 13th.
That's correct. All right. Seeing no further hands, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 4? Seeing no objection, item 4 is adopted, and that brings us to item 5, which is Legistar 71860, proclaiming June 5th through 11th, 2022 as Madison Bike Week in the city of Madison. Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas Madison has been consistently recognized as one of the most bikeable cities in the United States and is rated by the League of American Bicyclists as a platinum bicycle-friendly community. And whereas Madison has a proud history of embracing biking as a safe, accessible, and sustainable form of transportation for people of all ages and all abilities in our community. And whereas Madison has invested in and supported biking in our community, including through the creation of 67 miles of off-street paths and protected bikeways and 165 miles of bike lanes and bike boulevards. And whereas biking is among the most popular recreational activities for residents and guests in the city of Madison, including on some of the most popular bike routes in the state, including the Lake Loop and the Southwest Path. And whereas Bike Week is an opportunity to celebrate the transformational power of bicycles and an opportunity to come together with diverse stakeholders to raise awareness and inspire new riders. And whereas increasing bikeability for people of all ages and abilities has been identified as a key transportation strategy in the Madison Sustainability, Madison in Motion, and Imagine Madison plans, and is an important element in the Vision Zero Action Plan and Complete and Green Streets plan that are in development. And whereas Wisconsin Bike Week is celebrated in cities across the state from June 4th through June 11th, and whereas the city of Madison, Madison Bikes, and numerous local businesses and civic groups have collaborated to organize Madison Bike Week, and whereas the Madison Bike Week is an opportunity to celebrate and promote biking in the city of Madison, now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and common council of the city of Madison do hereby proclaim June 5th through the 11th, 2022 as Madison Bike Week, and urge all who enjoy and support bicycling to participate in the citywide celebration.
Thank you, Alder. We'll take that as moved by Alder Foster and seconded by President Furman. Yes. And we have with us Eleanor Conrad to accept the resolution. Eleanor?
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Eleanor Conrad. I'm the current Vice President of Madison Bikes, and I would like to thank the Common Council for declaring this week Madison Bike Week. Madison Bike Week is way bigger than Madison Bikes. This week we have over 50 events across 30 different locations, and you can find more about them at madisonbikes.org. I'm only one person in front of you, but Madison Bike Week is a true community effort. We have community groups, neighborhood associations, nonprofits, shops, employers, businesses, and government agencies putting up events all week all over town. And without them, Madison Bike Week would not be. So I want to thank all of them as well. We invite all of you to participate in the many Bike Week events that are still coming up, and also particularly to join us on Friday when Madison Bike celebrates Bike Week with a party at Birmingham Park. And we hope to see many of you there. We have seen great progress in our city, and we appreciate all of the support for safe and comfortable biking that we've seen from city staff and from you, the Common Council. However, the killing of another cyclist on Madison's west side this morning demonstrates that there's still much work to be done to make Madison a safe place for all people to bike. I ride my bike for transportation. Other people ride to get exercise or to go to the grocery store, to enjoy a view of Lake Monona, because they're concerned about climate change, because it's convenient, because it improves their mental health, because gas is $5 a gallon, or because they can't afford a car, or even because they have a medical condition that means they can't drive. Let's support all these people, no matter why they ride. And let's make sure they make it home. Biking includes everyone, kids, youth, adults, older folks, all ages, and people of all abilities. And we need safe biking in all parts of the city. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for supporting Madison Bike Week. Thank you for supporting biking in Madison. And we look forward to, and we will need your support of future measures to make biking in Madison truly safe and accessible for all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor and thank Madison Bikes for their work. We had a great ride around the square and down State Street this morning. All right, so that takes us to disclosures and recusals. For the new alders, this is the time that you would make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. In general, you might disclose, for example, in the past, alders have disclosed that they work for UW-Madison, but that the item that is regarding the university doesn't impact their department, so they're not recusing. You would need to recuse if you had a conflict of interest, particularly a financial interest in an item that is before this body. And if you want further guidance than that, I would suggest that you connect with the city attorney for more clarity on that. Are there any disclosures or recusals on today's agenda? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to be noted as recusing from the following 3 agenda items, as I'm a member of the board of the Madison Elks Lodge. So they are agenda item 15, the alcohol license renewal. Agenda item number 52, the entertainment license renewal. And agenda item number 61, change of agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. So we will note Alder Verveer as recusing himself on items 15, 52, and 61.
And if I could, Mayor, to further clarify, as per 15 and 52, it would only be recusal on the specific licenses for Madison Elks Lodge.
Yes, thank you, Alder Verveer. That's a good clarification. I'm just looking for Clerk Chang to give me the heads up. Thank you. Okay, so the clerk has got that. Are there any additional disclosures or recusals on today's agenda? Seeing none, we will move on to the presentation of the consent agenda. And I'm going to let President Furman explain this one.
Thank you, Mayor. A consent agenda is moved with recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, including public hearings, except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak, 2, items which require an extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent, 3, items which alders have separated out for discussion/debate purposes. This document lists extra majority items, additional agenda items with recommendations made from the floor, items requested for inclusion, and introductions from the floor for referral. The following items are extra majority items. Extra majority items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Agenda item 25, legislative file number 71802, operating budget amendment related to Rainbow Crosswalk. 15 votes required. Agenda item 121, legislative file 71640, amending the operating budget for STEM-related grants. Report of the Finance Committee. Recommended action, adopt. 15 votes required. Additional items part of the consent agenda. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations as noted. Agenda item 132, legislative file number 71612, 2022 in-person absentee locations. Recommended action, adopt, substitute. Additional agenda items with recommendations made from the floor. Agenda item 111, legislative file number 71617, correct inconsistencies and improper references in the MGO. Report of the Common Council Executive Committee, recommended action, adopt, substitute. Agenda item 114, legislative file number 70964, a contract between the Department of Veteran Affairs and the City of Madison Fire Department. Report of the Finance Committee, recommend action, adopt. Agenda item 115, legislative file number 71235, lease for the use of a portion of parcel located at 251 Jackson Street. Report of the Finance Committee, recommended action, adopt. Agenda item 116, legislative file number 71350, purchase of voting equipment. Report of the Finance Committee, recommended action, adopt. Agenda item 117, legislative file number 71419, purchase software for traffic engineer sign printing. Report of the Finance Committee, recommended action, adopt. Agenda item 118, legislative file number 71585, Journey Mental Health and Crisis Response Team. Report of the Finance Committee, recommended action, adopt. Agenda item 119, legislative file number 71614, parking lease agreement with Baker's Place Project LLC. Report of the Finance Committee, recommended action, adopt. Agenda item 120, legislative file number 71638, RFP process related to Community Development Division's CDD Youth, Young Adult, and Adult Employment Policy Paper. Report of the Finance Committee, recommend adopt. Agenda item 112, legislative file number 71642, amend an existing contract with Focus Counseling. Report of the Finance Committee, recommended action, adopt. Agenda item 123, legislative file number 71649, addition of 1.0 FTE and the classification of account technical 3 in CG 20, range 16 in the Finance Department's operating budget. Report of the Finance Committee, recommended action, adopt. Items requested for exclusion by alders. As of the deadline, there were no items that were submitted. We'll obviously see shortly if there are more that alders have today. Items requested for exclusion by registered speakers as of noon on June 7th. I checked about 10 minutes ago, and this list was still the same, but we'll see that in a moment. Item number 5, which we've already dealt with. Item number 19, legislative file number 71082, the alternate, amending MGO 28.182, text and map amendments to repeal 28.182 5C. Report of the Plan Commission is recommended action, adopt the alternative. Item number 128 on our agenda, legislative file number 71227, adopt the Metro Network Redesign Plan. Report of the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, recommendation from the floor, recommend action, adopt with amendments 1, 3C, 7, 8, 10, 11A, 12, 13, 15, 16C, 17A, 4E, 5, 6A with apportionment to Middleton, conditional approval, a condition upon approval by the Middleton Council, 9 and 30A. I'm also going to read some additional recommendations from the floor, both of the same for both item 16 and 86 on our agenda. That's Legistar number 71544. It's a separated liquor license renewal for Hoops of Dane County, Inc. And then item 86 71543. Separated 18+ Center for Performing Arts license renewal, also for Hoops of Dane County, Inc. For both of these, the action will be grant with conditions, but a modification of condition number 4. This was agreed and discussed by our city attorney's office with the applicant, and the modification is security cameras that are installed for monitoring staff and patrons while the business is open shall be operational at all times while the business is open, except in the case of malfunction due to mechanical, electrical, software, or similar unintentional failure of the camera system or individual camera operability. In the event of an incident and request from MPD for video and video is unavailable for any of the foregoing reasons, the agent shall provide all information reasonably available regarding the nature of the failure.
Okay. We're going to do this several times just to make sure everybody's on the same page, because if it's your first consent agenda, it can be a lot. But let me ask first, are there any additional items that alders would like to exclude from the consent agenda? Seeing no hands, we'll take that as no additional requests for exclusion. And I will go through again those recommendations in amended form. But let me say first that for the new alders and for anyone else who gets lost on this, that essentially what we are doing is saying we're about to adopt the entire agenda with the recommendations that are written on it, except for a few things. And there's two categories of those few things. One is the ones that we're going to talk about tonight. And the other is something that we're doing that's different from what's written down on the agenda. Okay. So the first thing that I'm going to talk about is the things that are different from what's written down on the agenda. Okay. And so we will note that items 25 and 121 require 15 votes to pass. We will record a unanimous vote on the consent agenda and thus on each of the items on the consent agenda. And so those two will have a unanimous vote recorded on them. I should say, except for the items which Alder Verveer recused himself for. The following items have additional recommendations to what was written on the original agenda. Item 132, the action will be to adopt the substitute. Items 111, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, and 122 and 123, the recommended action is all to adopt. And the reason that those are noted is that they came from the Finance Committee and the recommendations, I think, didn't make it onto the agenda in time. That doesn't usually happen, but it did happen this time. Then on item 16, the motion is to adopt with the original conditions that are noted on the agenda and the additional condition that President Furman read. So those are the things that are different from what's written on the agenda. The things that we are going to talk about tonight are items 5, 19, and 128. President Furman, what did I leave out?
86 also has the same modified condition as 16.
86 and 16. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are we good? I'm looking for our new alders to see that you know where you're going. Okay, good. All right, so then just one more time, the items for exclusion, and I confirm we don't have additional speakers, are 5, 19, and 128. On the consent agenda, President Furman, a motion, please.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, all of those items are adopted with their recommendations. And now we're going to go to public comment. Alder Fair, this is something that is different from your time. We now take all public comment up at the front of the meeting, and we'll go through each item. I'll tell you what the item is. We'll take the comment for that item. We'll pause to see if alders have any questions for any of our registered speakers, and then we'll move on to the next item that has public comment. We will not vote on these items. When they come up for public comment, we will pause them, and then once we're done with all public comment, we will come back to each item in order of the agenda, have often a staff presentation, questions for staff, discussion, and then finally a vote on the item. So everybody knows the order of business here. All right, so then on public comment, the first item that we have registrants on is item 19, which is an alternate amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances and repealing other sections of the Madison General Ordinances regarding protest petitions. Our first registrant is Sandy Blakeney of District 6, to be followed by Nicholas Davies.
Okay, thank you. And you can hear me, yes?
We can.
Okay, I first just want to acknowledge that this has been a really special and emotional council meeting, and I feel really fortunate to have been listening in tonight. So I'm here tonight to urge the council to hold developers accountable for the housing that's being built in this city. And I hope that you'll vote for the original amendment in this item. The staff report states that there have been only 13 protest petitions in the last 10 years, and none has affected the council's decision on the specific rezoning. Some have said that protest petitions delay or even prevent the development of much needed housing. At the same time, you're told by staff that none of the petitions had an impact. Clearly, the protest petition is not the problem. In fact, the protest petition is being dangled as a red herring by those who would have you focus on anything but the real issue at hand. When 3 alders originally drafted this amendment, they proposed a 2/3 vote on the Common Council for all rezoning amendments. This is really what developers and their supporters want to prevent, because they know the protest petition hasn't been effective, but the 2/3 vote would bring more scrutiny to rezoning issues. Approval of a change in zoning is certainly at least as important as the banal council procedures that currently require a 2/3 vote. Madison is in dire need of additional housing for residents who struggle with ever-increasing rents and property values. Many have historically been excluded from the benefits of secure housing and property ownership. The housing that's being built doesn't address these traditionally underserved communities. In fact, I've sat in meetings where developers have said it's impossible to build affordable or low-income housing in Madison. Repealing the protest petition, but retaining the simple majority vote for rezoning completely favors the developer. It buys into the lies and misperceptions created by those who want to make it easier for developers to get the rezoning they want in order to continue to build developments that do not serve the best interests of our community. Those who urge you to discard the protest petition and retain the simple majority vote claim that they are on the side of social justice, that they are protecting Madison from historically reprehensible policies such as racist redlining and other discriminatory practices that have perpetuated an uneven playing field for a huge proportion of the residents of this city. And if you don't agree with them, then you are actually in favor of continuing that shameful history. So I say go ahead, vote to end the protest petition, It'll look good for you, but all it'll really do is remove a means for public participation in rezoning and redevelopment matters. If you remove the protest petition, I urge you to approve the 2/3 vote for rezoning amendments and hold developers to a higher standard to encourage the development of affordable, high quality, environmentally sensitive housing that serves the best interests of traditionally underserved communities. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nicholas Davies of District 15, to be followed by Marcia Cannon.
Thank you. In the early days of American democracy, only landowners could vote as a way to disenfranchise Black people, immigrants, women, and others. While this is no longer the case, our city's protest petition process continues the legacy of that injustice, giving landowners an exclusive access to government. A protest petition can be submitted by as few as 20% of the neighboring landowners. In an area that's currently single family only, this can allow just 14 people to block construction of a building with 34 housing units. In fact, the less dense, higher acreage, and more affluent the surrounding parcels are, the more power that individual landowners of those parcels have to object. Because of their wealth, they're given unelected seats on city council, thereby denying representation to an entire quarter of the city. People who support the rezoning, which could be up to 80% of the neighboring landowners, not to mention the future residents of the parcel, have no such mechanism available. Although they may be more numerous, they don't get to lower the vote threshold. They don't even get to bring it back down to where it started. This process only tilts in one regressive direction. Whereas rents and housing prices are rising fast, those who struggle to afford housing already are bearing the worst of it. And there is no status quo way out of a housing deficit. The only way out is to create more housing. And when people get pushed out of our housing market, some of them end up in neighboring municipalities. 10 years ago, the suburban frontier was Sun Prairie. Now it's Cottage Grove and DeForest and beyond. And this means exported revenue out of our city limits. It means congestion and more vehicle miles traveled during a climate crisis, highway expansions that we have no say over, like the added lanes on the Beltline. These expanded highways exacerbate noise pollution, light, air, and water pollution, and create physical barriers to outlying neighborhoods, setting up another generation of racial and economic divides. And yes, Madison has a well-documented history of racist redlining, including racial compacts, single-family only zoning, and the protest petition process to keep things stagnant and exclusionary and suppress densification and diversification. Decades of these practices have created persistent inequality along lines of segregation, and some of these redlining practices are still in effect today. The protest petition isn't some kind of special sauce. They've never been about dialogue or compromise. In fact, they do not come with criteria that would satisfy the petitioners. Without these petitions, neighbors will still have ample opportunity to speak out when developers meet with their neighborhood association, the Plan Commission, and City Council. It's not as though developers do all of this to prevent a protest petition because nothing they do can ever be enough. So we don't need protest petitions, and we therefore don't need a replacement for them. A 2/3 vote threshold on all rezoning would still strongly bias towards inaction. Thank you.
Our next registrant is Marcia Cannon of District 18, to be followed by Beth Slies.
Marcia, you should have a prompt to unmute. There you go.
Thank you. I'm Marcia Cannon. I live on the north side near Ramish Farm, 63 acres, currently zoned for agriculture. For 2 years, our north side neighbors have begged for a common sense approach to development at Ramish Farm. We attended numerous neighborhood meetings and now understand that they are little more than checkboxes on a developer's list. We finally got Common Council attention with a valid protest petition in February this year. How did we know about this process? It was mentioned in a news article about a failed protest petition. We looked up the ordinance and decided to forge ahead. Some say the protest petition should go. I disagree. For us, the petition focused neighborhood concern about the danger of extreme noise from F-35 fighter jets due to arrive at nearby Truex Field in 2023. Building with knowing that this is coming is nothing more than offering false hope to prospective homeowners who get excited about something that might be affordable, but in the long run could be uninhabitable. We don't know. We officially and collectively appealed to you, the Common Council, an elected decision-making body. Faced with documented concerns from 25 adjacent landowners, you realized the development plan was not ready for prime time. You voted 14-6 to place the rezone on file without prejudice. A simple majority, which would be 11 out of 20, might appear more fair than a 3/4 vote. But in the Ramish Farm case, I'm certain the petition process elevated the discussion. While the F-35 elephant remains in the room, placing the rezone on file has resulted in serious discussions to establish a workable site for urban agriculture at Ramish Farm. Some say protest petitions cost too much. In our case, volunteers created and circulated the petition. It was a clear example of democracy in action in a less than prosperous neighborhood. Yet city staff justify eliminating the right to protest by complaining the burden of evaluating 13 protest petitions in the period between 2013 and 2022 is too much for them to handle. If you want to streamline rezoning, focus on how to ensure meaningful participation by everyone. Don't cut out the taxpayers, the voters, and the neighborhoods. Instead, create a forum setting where ideas can be discussed before an official zoning decision is made. Do this now to ensure decisions that benefit all of us now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Beth Sloys of District 18, to be followed by Bill Connors.
Good evening and thank you. It is exasperating that Madison residents face the prospect of losing the ability to file a protest petition in rezoning situations. It is a fundamental property rights tool. Citizens can file a protest petition when a developer wants to change the zoning category of a property. In other words, it's when the developer would like to change the legally adopted ordinance that says how a piece of land can be used, which is no small thing. When a developer is trying to change the very nature and use of a piece of land, it is not unreasonable to expect such a request to be subject to a high level of scrutiny and approval from the affected citizens and their alder. Many development projects are being proposed by developers who don't know the neighborhood but are taking advantage of a development opportunity. Area property owners are usually the last to know when change is coming. With time on their side, developers make the rounds of the appropriate city staffers, plan commissioners, and council members to introduce and gain support for their project. Most residents enter into the picture later once the project is announced, and for most people, the learning curve is pretty steep. The process can be complicated. Homeowners usually have full-time jobs with little time to cram in all the relevant information that's required to present a clear argument against a zoning project. When neighbors have a reasoned argument against a rezoning, such as its failure to adhere to an area plan or concerns over public health and safety, as with the issues on the north side with the F-35 jets slated to arrive in 2023, they may put together a protest petition. While this does not happen often, it does give it gives the typically marginalized homeowners a voice with both the developer and the council. This can often result in a mutually beneficial outcome and help to prevent impulsive or improper zoning changes. Keeping the protest petition invites a greater breadth of discourse and ultimately can lead to better and inclusive decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bill Connors of District 4, representing Smart Growth Greater Madison, to be followed by William Okowitz.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Smart Growth urges you to adopt the version of this ordinance proposed by Alder Bennett and recommended by the Plan Commission and planning staff. This version would repeal the archaic protest petition process and nothing more. The protest petition process is a holdover from the time when communities did not do extensive land use planning. Since Madison does extensive land use planning, the protest petition process is not needed. It is important to understand that the protest petition process has nothing to do with citizen participation in the process of reviewing proposed development projects. and adopting this ordinance will not in any way impair the ability of citizens to participate. All it does is affect the number of votes required at the end of the process. Even if you adopt this ordinance, it will not be easy for an applicant to obtain approval of a rezoning. First, the applicant still will need to demonstrate to city staff that the requested rezoning meets the standards. Second, the applicant still will need to persuade the Plan Commission that the requested rezoning meets the standards. Finally, the applicant still will need to persuade at least 11 members of the Common Council that the rezoning meets the standards. That process provides ample protection for nearby property owners and residents. Our form of government is a representative democracy. A hallmark of democracy is doing what the majority decides. The protest petition process, or requiring a supermajority vote on a particular kind of action, empowers a minority of the Common Council to thwart the will of the majority. It is inherently anti-democratic. Please strike a blow for democracy, not the phony, not in my backyard democracy, which exalts the will of a relatively small but loud group of residents over what is good for the city as a whole. Instead, strike a blow for real representative democracy, where the majority decides. I urge you to trust yourselves, trust each other, and trust future elders, and allow the majority of the Common Council to be able to approve all rezonings. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next registrant is William Okowitz of District 6, representing Madison is for People to be, oh, that's our last person wishing to speak. William?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. To start, Alders, I'd like to read a quote from The Color of Law regarding Harlan Bartholomew. And for those of you who don't know, Harlan Bartholomew was a St. Louis-based consultant who wrote Madison's original zoning code 100 years ago today, or 100 years ago this year. The original zoning code included a provision almost exactly identical to the one that is currently in our zoning law. The quote is as follows. According to Bartholomew, an important goal of St. Louis's zoning was to prevent movement into, quote, finer residential districts by colored people, end quote. He noted that without previous zoning laws, such neighborhoods have become run down where, quote, values have depreciated, homes are either vacant or occupied by colored people, end quote. This was far from a unique opinion at the time. In the wake of the Supreme Court's 1917 decision, Buchanan v. Worley, which ended explicit racial zoning, which were laws that dictated that only white people or only Black people could live in certain neighborhoods, many cities, including Madison, were working to implement zoning. Zoning from the beginning took an idea that is at its core good. Keep bad uses away from residential neighborhoods. Don't allow factories in the middle of a neighborhood. But it quickly became corrupted and became something that was used to enforce segregation and racism. Now, I'm not saying this because I think today the people showing up to this meeting are racist or have any intent on segregating our city, but I do think that there is a common kernel in both. And that common kernel is fear. In the past, it was fear of change, it was fear of new neighbors, it was fear of different people who didn't look like you, people from a different class. Today, it's fear of homes in an agricultural zone. It's a fear of an apartment where a church used to be. It's a fear of affordable housing. And this fear isn't productive. It doesn't build more housing. It doesn't get anything done. All it can be used for is to block. I am urging you to remove the rezoning petition and adopt Alder Bennett's amendment that would retain the majority vote for rezonings. Doing so would not take away anyone's voice. Neighbors have a voice when they give input on the comprehensive plan. They have a voice when they give input on the neighborhood plan. They have a voice when they vote for their alders. They have a voice when they show up for the meetings that precede these rezonings. They have a voice when they show up to the planning commission meetings, and they have a voice when they show up to the Common Council for a vote. Removing rezoning petitions and retaining a majority vote is not taking anyone's voice away. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last registrant wishing to speak on this item. Are there questions for any of our registrants on item 19? Seeing none, we'll go on to item 128. And our first registrant is Gabriela Gonzalez of Deer Valley Road. And I believe Gabriela requested interpretation. Gabriela, ¿estás aquí?
Hola, Gabriela. Puede hablar.
Estoy aquí. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok. Buenas tardes. Yo quiero decir que no a la reducción general de las rutas del autobús. La cobertura es más importante con la frecuencia en la que las comunidades de bajos ingresos necesitan. Las personas con bajos ingresos son las personas con discapacidades y las personas mayores que necesitan rutas con mayor cobertura local. Para los niños, el autobús es importante. Esta reducción de líneas de autobús me afectan a mí, que tengo 2 trabajos, a mi esposo que tiene 2 trabajos, a mis hijos que tienen que ir al colegio. En general nos afecta a todos. Por favor, no nos marginen más. La ruta del autobús es una necesidad, no un privilegio para nuestras comunidades. Ustedes, o los que tomaron esta terrible decisión, no pensaron en ningún momento en la cantidad de personas afectadas por este mal diseño de esta propuesta. En el invierno nos afecta mucho por el frío y cuando llegue el cambio de horario también nos afecta mucho. Hay varias cosas que no tomaron en cuenta. Esto es terrible para la comunidad que usamos el transporte del autobús. Eso es todo. Gracias.
Yes, give me a second.
Gracias, Gabriela.
Okay. So I want to argue for the no to the reduction on bus routes because the coverage is more important than anything, especially for low-income people, disabled people that need more coverage. And also for the kids is very important. These changes affect me, who have 2 jobs. It also affects my husband, who also has 2 jobs, and also my children, who has to go to school. The bus route is a necessity, not a privilege for our community. You took this terrible decision and didn't think of the bad design and how it affects us in winter with the cold, and also when the daylight change time with the change of the light with the light during the day. There were like many changes and we were not taken into account.
Thank you, Julio. Let's take questions for this speaker at this point so that we can allow our translator to leave us.
Sí, Gabriela, si hay alguna pregunta que los concejales le quieren hacer, la vamos a hacer en este momento.
Okay. Are there any questions for this speaker? Alda Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, sorry. Gabriela, ¿cuál es la ruta que te afecta? Which is the route that impacts you?
En general, todas las rutas, porque la uso para ir, por ejemplo, al mall, ya sea para el west o para el east. Y mi ruta es la 16C.
Okay.
Just a
Go
second,
ahead.
Alder.
Thank you.
So in general, all the routes affect me because I use those to go to the mall, both to the east side and the west side. And the route that most affects me is the 16C.
Thank you, Julio. Gabriela, ¿has tenido la oportunidad de ver la ruta 16C que se creó, que se presentó anoche? Have you had the chance to look at the route that was presented last night for 16C?
La verdad, no la he visto.
To be true, I have not been able to see it.
All right. Thank you, Gabriela. Gracias.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional questions for this registrant, Alder Miadze?
I just want the registrant to probably elaborate on how sometimes having two jobs, how that infringe sometimes on her lifestyle as far as having longer commute or any problems with transportation.
Sí, Gabriela, me gustaría que quizás pudiera hablar un poco más sobre cómo la cuestión de que tiene dos trabajos afecta en la cuestión de transporte y la cuestión de tener que transportarse, el tiempo que le lleva el tener que transportarse.
Pues afecta porque el autobús pasa cada media hora y uno tiene que estar ahí a tiempo, si no el autobús lo deja. Entonces, eso es lo que a mí me afecta, porque eso salgo tarde y el autobús pasa aquí afuera de mi casa. Ahora tendré que caminar, ¿qué? 10 minutos para tomarlo. Me afecta también para mis hijos. Toman el autobús. Cuando cambia el cambio de horario, esto está oscuro en la mañana. Mis hijos van a tener que caminar 10 minutos para ir a tomar el bus hasta la gasolinería. Para el autobús, pues sí, irá son 3 minutos, pero para uno en persona caminar es bastante tiempo y eso es lo que me afecta.
So basically it affects me because you have to be there when the bus passes, and now it's every 30 minutes. Either you take it or you just lose it. And right now I can take it like in front of my home, and now I have to walk 10 minutes to the bus stop. And it also affects my children that have to walk all those 10 minutes. And now in the morning, it's very dark. So it will be much complicated. If you go in the car, it's only 3 minutes, but if you walk to the bus station, it's going to be 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions? We have no other Alders in the queue, so otra vez, gracias, Gabriela, and gracias, Julio. All right, our next registrant is Helen Kitchell of District 13, to be followed by Jim Winkle.
Hello there. Good evening. I presume you can hear me.
Yes.
I think that the last speaker made a good point in terms of one of my issues about the language barriers that have been throughout this process. I know it's been a year and a half, up to 2 years that it's been proceeding, but I feel like that the level of community engagement has not been available. I've only seen language translation at the last couple of meetings when the final decisions were getting made. And it wasn't just language barriers, but also just ability for people that didn't have internet. Very much I understand that the process was compromised by COVID, but that does not exclude the need to truly get representation from all of the people that are involved with this redesign. I think that especially people that didn't have internet access, I went to the one public meeting that was in person. It was not well attended, but it was announced via electronic means, and if you don't have internet, then it's very hard to know what's going on. So I feel like that there hasn't been a good level of community engagement, and that there needs to be more, because very often the people that don't have access are the people that would be most affected, sometimes being transit dependent. And I want to ensure that the mission of serving the most needy among us, which was stated as one of the city goals, needs to be met, especially for those that depend on the bus for every aspect of their life, the transit dependent people. And I think that that needs to be looked at on a citywide basis, that the coverage doesn't necessarily equate with those people that are transit dependent. And I don't know how you get at that, but I think that a greater effort needs to be made to, I know the ridership was one of the first criteria that was looked out. I haven't seen how this analysis has looked at that ridership nowadays. I would say that that equity analysis needs to be done prior to the implementation of this. I understand they can winnow down the number of amendments and do an equity analysis, but I also think it's very important that that is an inclusive engagement of the community in general, and that there needs to be a lot more outreach for those with language barriers, those with technological barriers, and so that people are well informed. So many people I've come across have just had no clue this was going on. So I guess I'd like to just see a commitment for equitable transit for all of the low income and people of color people in Madison. The original proposal had huge blocks that were obvious lack of resources being applied. So I'd like to see that a better and more reasonable coverage area be covered that can then support the people that are transit dependent people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jim Winkle of District 13, to be followed by Mick Mully.
Thanks. Thank you. My comments are about the changes just on the south side of Madison, served by Route O, Amendment 4. I've been riding Metro since the early 80s, and I'm in favor of the redesign. I regret not knowing how to get involved with the 1980s redesign, since it didn't serve me as well. Before I retired several years ago, I took Metro all over Madison, and it seems to me like the proposed bus system is vastly superior to the current bus system. It's much more frequent, somewhat faster, apparently goes to more places of employment, and requires fewer transfers. But you know all that. Something I haven't heard many people talk about is that since it's simpler, it won't require the use of a smartphone. It would have been really hard for me to navigate all over town using the paper schedule when I was using Metro a lot. I needed an app, and I'm pretty tech savvy. I worked in IT for almost 40 years, but even I occasionally had trouble navigating the system. On more than one occasion, I missed a bus because an app misbehaved. So I really like that the new system is simpler. I support either Amendment 4D or 4E, with a preference for 4E. I pushed for a Route O to service the Fisher Taft housing, formerly Quaker Housing, which 4E serves. But as a caveat, if the extra length of 4E pushes it over a threshold and it's only able to run like once per hour, whereas if 4D could run twice per hour, then I think 4D makes more sense. Is the new system perfect? No, but I understand that because of financial constraints, it can't be perfect. However, it's a large step in the right direction. If ridership increases, and it seems like that's the expectation, I'm hoping revenue will increase, which could lead to even better service. I also want to say that I think in my neck of the woods, staff did a great job with the redesign. They heard us at a Bay Creek neighborhood meeting in February and introduced the Route O option to respond to our desires. I submitted a couple of routes for the O bus, and they did a great job hearing my suggestions. In the end, it looks like the worst case scenario for the whole Route O is a 10-minute walk, which happens to be in Bay Creek, which I'm okay with. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mick Mully of District 10, to be followed by Claudia Painter.
Mick, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Do we have Mick?
There's a second Mick in here, so I'm gonna maybe that's also him. Again, Mick, I can't unmute you. You have to unmute yourself. All right, well, we can come back.
All right, let's try then for Claudia Painter of County Rose Courts, to be followed by Laura Green.
Mayor, I do not see a Claudia in the list.
All right, then how about Laura Green of District 14, to be followed by Sloan Brown.
There we go.
Good evening. I am the Grants and Communications Coordinator at the Catholic Multicultural Center, a social service agency on the South Side serving over 5,000 low-income individuals each year. Our guests are predominantly people of color, and many depend on the bus. I think all of us here can agree that working towards improved bus service is a very worthy goal. However, I would like to see this process slow down so more of the affected residents can give their input and truly have it considered. The city touts all the outreach it did to riders. I can tell you that Madison Metro redesign staff have not come to our center to have a single conversation with any of our guests this year. When we passed out surveys on our own staff time without any support from Madison Metro, only 2 guests returned them because surveys are not an effective way to reach and engage burdened and busy people. The online meetings held in English by the city were not feasible for our guests to attend, even though many of them care passionately about this issue. What I overwhelmingly heard from guests at the CMC was that they were opposed to losing their neighborhood routes, even if it meant more frequent buses elsewhere. Here are 2 quotes from our meal program guests today. I would prefer more routes than faster buses because if I have to walk farther to get to a bus, then it will still take as long to get where I am going, and I may be more tired when I get there. And they should compare how many people are picked up at stops in neighborhoods compared to major thoroughfares. That might show that more buses are needed in the neighborhoods. I speak for these and dozens of other CMC guests who express their concerns to us but do not have the time or the language, technology, and lobbying skills needed to speak up at a meeting such as this one. How can removing bus service from low-income neighborhoods and neighborhoods with high concentrations of residents of color be considered equity, while higher income corridors on the East-West BRT are favored? Some neighborhoods lobbied for the replacement of lost coverage and at the last minute appear to be regaining some coverage via the amendments. But other neighborhoods are not so lucky and should not be left behind because they weren't able to successfully lobby. I am also dismayed with the false dichotomy that we can have frequency or coverage, but not both. One without the other leaves unacceptable gaps in any redesign plan. I urge the City Council to find creative ways to fund bus service, which is worth prioritizing. I would like to see city staff do their due diligence of effectively engaging with the community to collect feedback. I urge you to slow the timeline down just a bit to look at how this redesign affects real life people and not just demographic data on a map, and to do this redesign process in a way that is truly equitable, not just in words, but in action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sloan Brown of District 14, to be followed by Margaret Porco.
Hello, my name is Sloan Brown. I appreciate being able to speak to our council. I've pretty much been a design and engineer my entire life. I'm just short of 60 years old. And with the new setup that I'm seeing, the only real improvement I see is that it is getting rid of a lot of redundant routes along, redundant bus routes along the same corridors, the same locations, other than even as far as the primary corridor goes. That's a good thing. The problem is that we have a system here that is half a bad system. We have a skeleton, and that skeleton is designed to facilitate people along that main corridor, University Avenue, East-West Wash, State Street, all that, where we're building a whole bunch of high-income renting locations for the people going to live there. Most of them, with their income and other access to transportation, are not going to be using the bus. In the meantime, there are large swaths of the city that are going to be out of this whole thing, including with the amendments. Now, as far as the one in my area, the 4 D or E, up on the E, the rest of them are useless because all they do is circle the surrounding routes that are already going by, thus creating redundancy that's not needed. There's still some unfortunate redundancies in some areas, but most of that's been cut out. The primary problem is you may get us to work better, but it doesn't do much good if we can't get to the bus in the first place. In my particular case, I'm already along a main route that is not going to be going, and pretty much everywhere I need to go is going to be fine. But that's just me. There are a lot of people who are not going to like this. And in the end, this basically looks like something that's just trying to be presented to look good, designed by people and promoted by people who don't use the service. You really need to talk to those of us at the ground level. In that case, Madison Metro has been very poor in giving people information at the street level, not on your sites, but at the street level, where people that otherwise may not know what's going on will, and if they're using the bus all the time, will actually have something to say to you. But a lot of it's been ignored. And what Laura just said about needing to put some brakes on this is very apropos. Madison Metro actually needs to do more, get feedback from the people who actually ride the bus. The best way to do that is to maybe not just publish this overall map in the newspaper, but put copies of it on the bus that people can look at on a regular basis, that they can take home and look at. But they don't need a computer.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Margaret Porco of District 11, to be followed by Gloria Reyes.
There's no one by that name in the list.
Then Gloria Reyes of District 17, to be followed by Thomas Wilson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to council tonight. I oppose the Madison Metro redesign. There has been some changes since we started this process, but it's not enough. We keep asking for the results of an equity analysis and specific engagement outcomes from our BIPOC community, youth, disability, and elderly community. Where are the voices from our most vulnerable populations in these recommendations? We need a robust process that allows for grassroots community engagement going out to our neighborhoods and organizations. An equity analysis should not only be completed when required or midway through a process. I know from my leadership roles within the city that you must do an equity analysis before any policy or budget recommendations or proposed changes to ensure that we do not have unintended consequences to our most vulnerable residents. It is disappointing that I am told that an equity analysis will not be completed because it's not required during this phase. The purpose of an equity analysis is to make sure that we do not have unintended consequences that impact our most vulnerable populations, not because it is required, but because we want to do what is right for all of our residents. We will not always agree with the outcomes, but an equitable process ensures voice and inclusiveness. Coverage is more important than frequency in Madison's low-income communities. People with low income, people with disabilities, seniors need local coverage routes to get to work, childcare, shopping, etc. The proposed redesign increases in equity by asking marginalized people to give up transit access to fund the BRT. The equity analysis of the redesign should happen before alders vote on the route redesign. I was saddened to see the Latinx and Black and disability communities in a recent meeting confused about the process and the significant impact that this will have on their day-to-day lives. The ACLU has sent a letter expressing concerns about the redesign. We need to do better as a city. Madison needs and deserves local transit access for all people. I ask that you pause this process to ensure a fair and equitable process that is inclusive of our most vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Our next registrant is Thomas Wilson of District 13, to be followed by Victoria Gutierrez.
Good evening. My name is Tom Wilson. I'm here to speak in support of adopting the Metro Network Redesign Plan with the amendments approved last night by the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. This plan is the culmination of over 18 months of staff work, consultant work, and community engagement. Staff has invested countless hours compiling the feedback from thousands of residents, dozens of meetings with neighborhoods and community leaders, working with alders and those neighborhood leaders to prepare over 24 amendments to the draft plan, many of which were adopted last night by the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. Those amendments are a direct result of a robust public engagement effort that I think this city should be very proud of. We took a draft plan produced by the consultant and fine-tuned it to Madison's unique needs. There are several voices asking for a delay on the implementation of this project, but it's not clear what a delay would achieve or what would actually be done with that time, other than a delay of implementation. That it's unclear what a few weeks will give us that 18 months hasn't, and then we won't be having the same conversation again 2-3 weeks down the road, maybe a month down the road. I do feel like, having listened to a lot of feedback, that there is a misunderstanding between individual versus disproportionate impacts. Any plan has individual impacts, any change in a metro road has individual impacts, but the current system has significant disproportionate impacts that we have been hearing about from Metro for a year and a half. And this redesign it goes a long way to addressing many of those impacts. And as you've heard, many of the amendments go a long way towards dealing with individual parts of the city that need particular types of service. So please support the draft plan with the amendments. I encourage you not to delay this. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Victoria Gutierrez of District 13, to be followed by Josh Jenkins.
Hi, my name is Vic. Can people hear me?
Yes.
My name is Victoria Gutierrez, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I live and I work in District 13, and I also spend a lot of my time with my other hat being on the executive board of the South Central Federation of Labor. And I am speaking as a resident to oppose the plan. And last night, actually, our executive board of the South Central Federation of Labor met and discussed this issue. And on behalf of the Federation, we stand with the NAACP and the allies that they advocate for and support in making sure that those constituents of the NAACP and some of the other community organizations that have sent a letter urging the Common Council to slow down the process and to listen to constituents that are affected by the redesign, take for equity and inclusion issues that have been brought up. Here on the South Side, we have, a large BIPOC population. We also have, here in District 13, we have a large population of really differently abled. And, for some folks, just, having to walk an extra 10 minutes may not mean a lot. But last week, in listening at the TPPB meeting, a lot of folks who that walk would really pose great difficulty. I think the last speaker I don't know if I'm allowed in this forum he said, I don't know what would come for delaying, this passage tonight. Well, what would it would allow is, like what people have said, is that those that are directly impacted by this change to kind of digest, process, see what the change is, and to be involved and, to be involved in this redesign. I think from last week, it's clear that we do need a redesign, but we need to have a process that has equity and inclusion and makes things safe and coverages for everybody involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Josh Jenkins of County Rose Courts, to be followed by Beth Sloys.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I have sent letters and testified at great length about the situation in Southdale. I'm going to set that aside and hope that other speakers get to it, but I'll return to, what happened in Southdale as evidence of, the reason that many of us don't trust the public outreach process and the accountability of Metro staff to the community. But very briefly, I'm urging folks to pause the process. There are enough doubts about the equity, the inclusion, the street level access to working people's opinions on this plan that we need to redo that process, regardless of the year and a half that staff has put in on this. Southdale itself, we only heard about this directly from Metro after we demanded a meeting on April 28th. On May 9th, Metro announced the meeting, and it was conducted on May 11th. So those short span of weeks, this is a neighborhood of 1,800 people. It's just one example of the kind of disenfranchisement that has been a part of this process. In responding to things last night that came up at TPPB, one thing stood out to me because what we have asked as a community is, what's the rush? Is funding dependent on this? What is the situation that is causing Metro to barrel forward with this, even though there's, late breaking commentary from impacted neighborhoods? And it turns out the rush is to get the system ready for the return of UW students in the fall of 2023, that the rollout of this plan is timed to coincide with that, the beginning of that semester. And I ask you, what does that say to people in the community? Working families, poor people, disabled people, Black people, brown people, youth, and elders who depend on the bus every day, that this plan is going to be pushed forward in spite of our concerns in order to meet a timetable to market this to the UW community. That is emblematic of what we're facing. So the second thing is this dichotomy that staff brought up last night about individual versus disproportionate impacts. And they make the claim that everything that we have raised is basically an individual impact. Now I'm going to step back again and answer that with a flaw in the statistical analysis of the impacts. Last night we heard from staff saying that the aggregation of data about low-income communities is necessary because communities of color in Madison are not big enough to statistically analyze impact unless communities of color that are part of the campus, say grad students, Eagle Heights residents, people who aren't economically disadvantaged, are lumped in with communities of color, Black people, brown people, immigrants, undocumented people, are not disaggregated in this analysis. And I have to respond, I was trained as a biologist.
And
if your
time.
statistical analysis...
Thank you. Our next registrant is Beth Sloys, to be followed by Beth Sloys from District 18, to be followed by Joe Frost.
Thank you for this time. I have been very engaged with the network redesign process and attended quite a few meetings. I took the time to meet with neighbors who are primarily from the north side. I live on the north side with Alder Miadzi in District 18. And the people that we spoke with over 270 people at the Pick and Save grocery store regarding the cutting of Route 17. And while we've brought back Amendment 9. Amendment 9 offers a bus that will run every 75 minutes. And during the implementation of this transportation network redesign process, Jarrett Walker consultant Dan Constantino spoke to why frequency matters. And he said it matters very deeply to people who take the bus regularly. And he ran us through a thought exercise where you imagine that you have your car parked at the end of the driveway and there's a gate there, and that gate only opens once every hour. And so you have to sit there. And if you don't get out, you have to wait another 58 minutes is what he said. So you can plan your life around a gate that opens once an hour, but it's never really going to be convenient. And so when we're trying to make transit more convenient, more useful for trips that you can do whenever you want, there is a reasonable amount of time. Frequency is really key. The more we increase frequency, the more we allow people to go places freely in amounts of time that make sense in their lives. So incorporating a bus route back that runs every 30 minutes now to a bus route that runs every 75 minutes seems completely inequitable. The large component of the community on the north side, we have a very diverse community on the north side. We have a rich BIPOC community. We have high school kids that need the bus to run frequently so that they can get to and from work. And people rely on the bus to get to the only grocery store on the north side, which is the Pick and Save. So having a bus route that runs every 75 minutes doesn't seem like it meets the goals of being more frequent and more direct. The more direct piece is, you're saying that you're going to make people walk a little bit longer to get to where they need to go to get the bus, but that doesn't necessarily matter if you have to wait that much longer for the bus to come. The intrinsic piece in all of this is that we do not yet have the funding for the bus rapid transit system. And this whole network redesign is keyholed upon the spinal structure of the BRT. So I support this concept that we slow this final vote down, allow for more grassroots outreach and community engagement. We've heard from several people here tonight that
and that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Joe Frost of District 3, to be followed by Carrie Rothberg.
Thank you, members of council, mayor. So I'm Joe Frost. I sit on the city's Disability Rights Commission. As an individual with neuromuscular disability, I take a power wheelchair to get around. I've lived in Madison since 2008 and have used the bus and paratransit on a regular basis. But tonight, I'd like to share some of the feedback that's come to the Disability Rights Commission, along with some of my own stories of the challenges of transit and how these changes add additional challenges to that. So the first item is that these changes not only affect the ability to get to places, to get to jobs, get to food, to get to medical appointments, but they even impact the caregivers that come to do the daily home health care of many individuals with disabilities. Many of my caregivers are college students who exclusively take the bus. Currently in my neighborhood, the nearest stop per the proposed plan would be nearly a mile away, 0.8 miles. The current stop as it stands is a quarter of a mile, which is much more navigable for the caregivers. Now, some have expressed that folks would be able to walk a few extra blocks, but let me share a story. When I was living in downtown Madison off Blair and East Dayton, I would gladly take my wheelchair 6 blocks to the Capitol to go to work on sunny summer days. But when winter rolled around, unaware of paratransit, tried to go to the nearest stop at Blair and East Washington just to get stuck in the snow and sometimes even have to call the police department to help me get unstuck. And even when I got to the bus stop, there was difficulty in deploying the ramp. So the distance can be a significant factor in the Wisconsin winters. Now, paratransit helped with this going forward, but another story I'd like to share is as my disability frequently leaves me with respiratory illness, including pneumonia, paratransit requires 24 hours notice, same for medical transit. And the accessible cabs, there's only one provider, Union Cab, that serves accessible cabs. and it frequently requires booking a week in advance. So one summer I had to walk a mile to the hospital with pneumonia to get treated. Another item to consider is that many of us with disabilities require special accommodations in our living space, like roll-in showers. When I was searching for apartments for 5 years, 0 of the new apartments going up, the Galaxy, the Constellation, downtown, and others, had roll-in showers or the accommodations I needed. And when asked, the landlords were not willing to accommodate that. Even a newly built condo over there, which had a roll-in shower, was promptly sold to a buyer that didn't have need of the accommodations and was planning to have them removed. So in summary, I'd like to share that transportation options are vital to ensuring and enjoying the wonderful community of Madison, and it's a staple of the ability to live in the wonderful community. So I'd ask, in agreement with many others here tonight, that the process be carefully considered.
And it's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Carrie Rothbard of District 13, to be followed by Peter Taglia.
Carrie, you should see a prompt to unmute. I'm assuming that's you, Carrie. There's only one in the list. Yep, there's no last name, but they're not responding. So
Okay, so let's go on then to Peter Taglia of District 13, to be followed by Caitlin Eunice.
Hi, I'm Peter Taglia, and I'm here to just applaud the changes. I think we do need to make changes, and also just to comment that I think there was a very robust process. I've lived in Madison since the late 90s and raised 2 kids here. One of my kids is 22 years old and still doesn't have a driver's license, and my other child moved to the west side and doesn't have a car and is able to use the bus a lot. I watched last night's TPPB meeting, and I was a little bit struck by the opposition. And I think a lot of it is genuine, but I think what we get stuck on is that there is really no free lunch. We cannot have coverage and expand ridership as much as we want, and we can't make money out of just air. The coverage model is the status quo, and too many people will not ride slower and infrequent routes. And I think the rush here, not that I really think it is a rush, is that most people drive their cars, and we have a climate change crisis. We need to get ready for BRT. And I think the status quo leaves too many people taking single occupant vehicles because they cannot take an hour to ride across town. And then I'd also just like to point out when people were talking about the delays, and even at the meeting last night, that ridership, taking a ridership approach will lead to revenue growth, but the reverse is not true. And so I would just urge the alders to proceed and approve the proposal. I do think the staff did a great job in trying to balance things, and I don't recognize the staff that was described by some of the other commenters, but I think this is a good way forward. Lastly, I just want to end by pointing out the link between land use and transit. Some of the alders who have proposed and been proponents of single family homes at places like the Thorstad site also want the expensive coverage models. I think the same thing was true for Oscar Mayer, the special plan. And I just urge people to recognize that this is one of the reasons why density is important in land use. It is so much more expensive to have frequent service when we have low density. And so I just urge people who really want the coverage models to keep that in mind when they're voting on land use. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Caitlin Eunice of County Rose Court, to be followed by Greg Jones.
Okay, hello, good evening. I am a resident of the Southdale neighborhood, as well as some of the other speakers tonight in the town of Madison, soon to be Fitchburg. And I'm testifying in opposition to the Metro redesign draft plan. I'm advocating for a ground up equity study to take place before Metro moves forward with the redesign. As part of the original draft plan, 16 stops in the Southdale neighborhood were removed. It was only after public outcry, thanks to a few local organizers and community members who raised the alarm, and the sympathetic Fitchburg City Council, that at the 11th hour, we were able to fight for an amendment that keeps us from losing critical bus service in our dense and predominantly Black, Latinx, and low-income neighborhood. What happened in our neighborhood is representative of an inadequate outreach and equity process. The majority of my neighbors, many of whom rely on public transit, don't know that a metro redesign is happening. When Southdale residents scrambled to make meetings over the past couple of weeks, many showed up only to have their fundamental rights to language access denied. It was the community members ourselves who provided Spanish interpretation when interpreters were either not present, only interpreting from Spanish into English, or providing vague summaries rather than viable interpretation. It was through the hard work of unpaid organizers and community members that Amendment 16C is actually a viable option for us, which is great. It is a viable option, but this causes us to wonder about the neighborhoods who didn't happen to have the capacity to advocate for continued public transit coverage. Isolated and under-resourced neighborhoods should not be responsible for ensuring that they don't lose critical coverage. Over these past couple of weeks, I've heard a number of people from the TPPB say that their outreach was effective and acceptable. I've heard them assure communities, including those most impacted, that this plan doesn't differentially impact low-income people and people of color, while simultaneously removing access and implying that community members don't know what's best for them. I don't think community members need to be convinced that the TPPB did a good job with outreach. We need you to hear that our experience is that we see ourselves suffering consequences of a process that we have had many obstacles to accessing. I think we all agree that a new bus system should be a priority for Madison, but it needs to be done with the communities most impacted at the center. Please choose to slow the process to allow for identification of communities and neighborhoods who haven't yet been involved in the process, effective outreach to low-income Black and Latinx neighborhoods, identification of impacts on disabled people, seniors, and youth with a commitment to ensuring equitable transit access, and an immediate ground-up equity study. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Greg Jones of Fitchburg, to be followed by Bob Schaefer.
Good evening. And again, thank you, Mayor, and of course, the council for the opportunity to bring the continuing opposition to this plan by the NAACP Dane County and the continuing position of the NAACP that this process needs to be slowed down, developed in a way that's more inclusive. So let me begin with a few statements in support of our position and consistent statements. Smart and equitable transportation systems connect us to jobs, schools, housing, health services, and even to grocery stores and nutritious food stores. That was a statement made by Wade Henderson, President and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights. And he made that statement to the U.S. House Highways and Transit Subcommittee a few years ago. He went on to say that, but millions of low-income and working-class people, people of color, people with disabilities live in communities where quality transportation options are unaffordable, unreliable, or non-existent. We've heard testimony tonight from various locations where any of these three variables are applied in this plan. Next, I want to just talk a bit about the high-level policy guidelines that we ought to be abiding by. This is a statement made by the Regional Transit Authority. It states, to determine whether a disparate impact exists as a result of a proposed major service change, the authority, this transit authority, will compare existing service to proposed service and calculate the absolute change as well as the percent change in travel times. That probably includes other variables like stops, location. If it's determined that this increase in travel time from proposed service change is more than 15 minutes for a minority or low-income transit route, then it is considered disparate impact. I need for the city to give a much clearer definition of the variables to be used, what would be included in this idea called disparate impact. Let me go on to say that some of the ongoing concerns since last week's presentation really fold into the design of the program and communities of color. I'm not sure that I'm hearing a consistent, clear definition of communities of color when I hear the city staff talk about it. We need to have a good conversation about what's included in the definition of communities of color, how they're being served, what advantages they bring to the table, and whatnot. And let me finish by reciting an article from 2019 entitled 6 Ways to Advance Equity in Public Transportation. I'm not going to go through all 6 of the ways. I'm just going to focus on the first and foremost, and that is prioritize transit service for the people who need it most. Use spatial analysis to identify and target transit investment in high-need populations. This process must be done right, it must be done comprehensively, and it must be done completely. My proposal to you all tonight, regardless of the amendments you receive, slow it down, get it right, keep it right. This will be the face of Madison in one of its most fundamental services to all community residents for years to come, decades to come. It ain't nothing to play with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bob Schaefer of District 17, to be followed by, I almost had you. Mick Mully of District 10.
Yes, Madam Mayor and the council members, thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you and to share my thoughts. Most of the residents, because I've listened to this, most of the people have been opposed to moving this forward. And I am also opposed to that. I don't think that from some of the sessions that I have attended, that the focus has been on the ridership and what possibly can be done to increase it. By putting people 10 minutes away from their previous stop, making people have to choose to do that part of it is not something that they've been very happy about. But the objective, it seems, of the committee that put this together, the people that put this together, is to get more buses run through in a shorter amount of time and without any real concern about the people that are using the buses, especially as it's been pointed out by many this evening. That there has been no indication at any time where I've seen where this is expected to change or increase ridership. It seems to me that what it's being done is as a preparation step for BRT. And as such, that the buses that would be currently running down East Washington will no longer be running down East Washington because the BRT is planned to be center running for most part. So I think that I agree with the people who have said think that we need to step back. We need to get more community input. We need to look at how the people who are more affected by the need for public transportation, how they're being served, and what type of arrangement is being made for their ease of access to the system. To make them walk another 10 minutes is in some cases not acceptable, especially for those who are transportation challenged. So I encourage you that there's no great big rush to approve this. I encourage you to set it aside and to have the committee and the group do a little bit more homework in terms of interacting with the people who are going to be affected by it. And let's build a system that serves their needs rather than serves the Madison Metro. So I do thank you for the opportunity. And once again, I hope that you as a council who represent these people that have been talking will listen to them.
Time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mick Mully of District 10. And then we'll try again for Claudia Painter.
Mick, you need to unmute yourself. May have a prompt hidden behind a window. We're still muted on our end.
Mick, we can't unmute you. So you need to find the box that accepts the request to unmute on your screen. Or if you're calling in with your audio for some reason, what numbers do they press?
Or hold down spacebar.
Oh, yep. You could try and hold down your space bar, Mick, and see if that unmutes you.
Yeah, *6 to unmute, but doesn't look like you're on the phone. You can try leaving and coming back in while we attempt to get the other person on.
All right. So let's try next for Claudia Painter of County Rose Courts.
Still no Claudia.
Or Margaret Porco of District 11.
No Margaret.
All right. How about Carrie Rothbard of District 13?
There we go.
Worked, didn't it, this time?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to agree with all of those who have said that the plan needs slowing down. And I'm going to say specifically for the purposes of completing the equity analysis now. The review of that analysis should occur not just by Metro staff or the council, but should include the people of the community, especially those that we've heard spoken about time and again, those who are reliant on the bus, those who live in what the materials about the Metro redesign call Madison's low-income communities of color, as well as seniors, as well as people with disabilities. We want an equity analysis that is inclusive of their points of view. To do that, I mean, we talk about slowing the process down, but maybe really we're just reversing the process a little so that we can then know what we're talking about, the impacts of this redesign, and correct the details. I also would like us to make sure that the city's self-imposed commitment of keeping to the 2019 funding levels for Metro don't wind up putting the burden of funding the BRT on the backs of those who are dependent on the transit system, who may not be riding the BRT. Certainly the people in South Madison and in North Madison will not have immediate access to the BRT, but will continue to be dependent upon the routes that we're calling coverage routes in order to get anywhere in Madison, in order to leave their communities. So really that's about all I have to say. I second what was said by Laura Green, what was said by Greg Jones, what was said by Josh Jenkins, what was said by Caitlin Eunice. This process, outreach is a challenging process, and Metro has done its best, but the process has asked people to meet Metro where it is, rather than for the city to reach out and figure out how to meet people where they are, without computers, in their communities, without the time necessarily to come to meeting after meeting. This process could be much better. And if the process were better, the finished result is something that we could be sure would meet the needs, not just of those who choose to ride Metro, but of those who must ride Metro. I'm finished now. Thank you for coming back to me very much.
Thank you. I'm gonna try one more time for Mick Mully of District 10.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, my heavens. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll be very brief. I'm Mick Mully, president of Wisconsin Affordable Housing Corporation, retired, 73 years old, first Zoom phone call that I made. So my apologies.
You're doing great.
Thank you. I've been working in affordable housing for 35 years in Madison. My partners for 30 years have been the Urban League of Greater Madison and U.S. Bank. And we did a single family program that we're all very proud of in the city of Madison. And I've been involved in Southdale now, actually with U.S. Bank for probably 25 years with a project called Maple Glen. And I'm here tonight. I was going to mention a few things, but I think a lot of other folks even from Southdale, have done a great job tonight articulating the need for Southdale. It's a difficult area. It's bounded by the Beltline in the north, Rimrock and Oregon Expressway, and it's really a pocket. And it's not your typical Madison residential neighborhood with a lot of sidewalks and things that are convenient. I just Googled tonight how far the Walmart was away, and it's our nearest food store, and it's about a 53-minute walk. And we've got about 800 units of housing down there. I'm happy to say it's affordable housing, and our rents are still in the $850 to $1,100 range. It's a nice little community. I love it. And I've been involved with it for 30 years. It's a real diverse population. We've got a large Latino population. And it's just been, it's a wonderful little neighborhood, but it does rely a great deal on public transit. And the thing I will comment on, I think that might be helpful, is that we had good fortune in that we found out about probably 60 days or so ago that this was going to really negatively impact Southdale neighborhood. And as originally drafted, there was no service whatsoever that was going down directly through Southdale. And so we had to work really diligently with the city of Fitchburg. And I will say kudos to the city. I think they had some great listening sessions for all of us to be heard. They heard the people, they heard us, and they responded. They unanimously approved 16C. Remember that, 16C. And transportation last night approved it. So the end result, I think, for our neighborhood is positive, but it was difficult. It was it was difficult, not difficult, but it was very fortunate that we were able to be able to express our concerns and to be heard. And I appreciate that opportunity. And I'm hopeful that other neighborhoods like ours that maybe haven't had that opportunity, probably, I would want to make sure, I think if I were an alder tonight, that when you vote on this, you have some degree of confidence that the areas like a Southdale who heard about this at the last moment, that there are other areas that, are served, because folks do need this. It's important. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I apologize again.
Thank you. Folks, I'm just going to refresh, but I believe that is our last registrant wishing to speak. So are there questions for registrants on item 128? Alder Curry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. If there are no objections, could we go back and let Josh Jenkins finish his comment about statistics data, as well as allow Joe Frost to finish his comments?
So Alder, all you have to do is ask them a question. So let's start with Josh Jenkins. The Alder's question is, what else did you want to say?
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, I guess to try and rejoin that train of thought, the idea that we heard from staff last night at TPPB, and again reiterated tonight, including the non-staff members at TPPB, is that this question of individual versus disproportionate impacts is kind of the key to their framework, and that most of the complaints that they've heard, they label as individual impacts. And I really have to challenge that, and I have to challenge their data analysis, their aggregation of the populations in this city that they call people of color, obscure incredibly important racial, ethnic, and economic class lines that on the ground are undeniable, but on paper and in maps and in charts in the plan, populations from campus Eagle Heights are treated equally with populations from Southdale, Allied Drive, Northport. And that is just simply a way of obscuring the real life impacts that we have been clamoring about. So if your data analysis doesn't allow you to disaggregate those populations of low-income people effectively, you have to find another data analysis. You have to find a way to truly identify the need of the people in this city who most need transit. And other speakers have referred to this by saying what I believe is either implicit bias or colorblind. The idea that people won't choose to use transit if the rides are long and the route is inconvenient. That's, I'm sorry to say, but that's white middle class people, because Black people in the city, people of Latino people, people of color, and working class families use the bus no matter what. And you have to remember that and address the needs of those people. So find another data analysis that allows you to disaggregate the low-income populations and the people of color in the city to identify people who truly need transit because their lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Did you have another question?
Yes, for Joe Frost.
We have Joe Frost, please.
I'm here.
Go ahead,
Hi,
Alder.
Joe. Could you just finish? I believe you were making a statement on your lived experience as well as engagement with the disability rights, and I just wanted to give you a bit of time to finish that comment.
Sure, I'll just give a final note of the some evidence that was presented to the Equity Commission that, basically the notes of the lack of accessible housing, lacks of affordable housing put many with disabilities in a situation where there are very limited housing selection options. So we have to very carefully and judiciously choose our house and have it be close to bus lines or such, and thus, like when the bus lines change and or are shifted away, we are frequently left in an impossible situation that, like, for example, when I tried to move away from my original apartment downtown, I could not find any available apartments where they either had the accommodations I needed or even that the landlords were willing to make the accommodations needed, even when the state would pay for those accommodations. And that puts many with disabilities in a very precarious situation where they are wholly dependent on the bus and wholly stuck in their current living situation. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze, questions?
Yes, I have questions for first for President Greg Jones.
We have Greg Jones back, please.
I'm with you.
Go ahead, Alder.
I guess the first question is that just to touch a little bit about the importance of having a racial analysis study, first of all. And then I guess the second one to go with that is how important is it for the city probably to work closely with NAACP, Civil Rights Department. And then I guess the flip side of it too is how important would this have been if this would have been done firsthand?
Well, just to offer some feedback, it seems to me that this is a major adjustment and change in the lives of many, many residents of Madison. In that context, it is fundamental that you begin with what I believe is data, the analysis on who rides these buses, why they ride them. It seems to me that the process would have said, let's do this impact first, find out what we got, and then move to put a plan in place to redesign routes, stops, and so forth. It seems to me that that's a missing link. So in my mind, from a planning perspective, it would have been critical that those steps would have been taken first. Then, of course, it would be helpful if the city demographics department or the city transportation planners would have provided what I call the demographic information to the citizenry. In all of the meetings I attended, very little was given by those individuals from the city on the demographics. I get more information about ridership by reading the reports from the transportation department staff. So it just seems to me there's a disconnect in the flow of information that could be useful. That information would have been real helpful for people to understand who's riding, where they're riding, why they're riding. The second point you raised has to do more with how does the city go about it? We will, the NAACP Dane County, many times get involved in issues of civil rights. They come to us either through our own nosiness in the community or through members who bring issues. This issue arrived in the branch from members who are affected, who were complaining about not knowing what to expect, not being included in the process. So there's been a little disconnect here. And I think to bridge that gap, I've called on two things happening going forward. I just believe, from an old public policy person myself, that it's going to be critical that the mayor and the staff involved in this planning process sit down with those community members, hear firsthand what they think, challenge their assumptions and misconceptions, and put it on the table. The second thing that I think has to happen is there has to be a consistent, ongoing, and I told this to the media, ongoing information source so that people who don't typically get involved in these kind of forums can learn, can know, can get engaged. So that's kind of what I was thinking when I approached it.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And Madam Mayor, I just have a question for one other registrant.
Go ahead, Alder.
I think the other registrant was Beth Slows.
Beth Sloys.
Slows, yeah.
Can we get Beth back, please?
Hello.
Go ahead, Alder.
Hey, Beth, I haven't talked to you in quite a while. Heard you're out of town. Hopefully everything's all right. Hope you had a good. All right. I guess the question I had for you was that just hearing that you engaged 270 people, and I want to commend you for that because it's really about meeting people where they're at. But I guess the question I had for you is that just to talk about the fact of the 10-minute walk. You know, we all get busy sometimes, and to be rushing 10 minutes and then take a 10-minute walk, just to elaborate more on that. And I guess you talked about the flexibility of having people shopping and actually having a time restraint that they have to get out and catch the bus. Then I guess the third thing I wanted to see if you could touch about and see if you heard about was now that we have a 30-minute route, going from 30 minutes to how people felt about having an hour to wait if they missed the bus. Then any other frustrations that you might have heard.
Well, thank you for asking the question. I sat at the Pick and Save store for 2 sessions. One was early on March 8th. The other was April 2nd. And it was a three-hour session each time, during which 270 people signed a petition. And this was early on in the process when Route 17, which is the only bus route on the north side to the only north side grocery store, was going to be cut altogether. And at that point in time, people that I spoke with and the 2 other people with me spoke with, they were adamant about keeping regular bus service heading into the Pick and Save at the store. And also at that point in time, the solution that the city planners and Jarrett Walker were presenting was a sidewalk, almost half mile sidewalk, which seemed like a cruel way to deal with a transportation issue by building a sidewalk. I think having a sidewalk would be great for people that live, perhaps the homeless village on Aberg. Those people would ride a bike over perhaps, but to have a sidewalk be the solution for a transportation system just seemed really like a bad idea. So most of the people at this point in time that I spoke with were wanting to maintain a bus every 30 minutes that would take them to the store and not dump them off a half mile away or have to catch a shuttle or anything else, that they could just get off at the store, go in, get their groceries, and know that within a half an hour or so they could get back on the bus and get home and back to their lives. To make people wait 75 minutes seems a little excessive. We're all busy these days. And if you miss that bus, that's going to be a great length of time. A lot of high school kids work at that grocery store at the Pick and Save. And for them, coming and going is important to have a timely way to get out and get home, get back to homework. I'm not sure. I can't remember what your other questions were. I apologize.
I guess right now it's about a 30-minute. Can you elaborate if you heard anything about now? I guess you did say it's gonna, the 70 minutes. Did you hear anything about frustrating from the residents at what they thought about that?
Well, at the time I did the survey, that was not an option. At that time, the Route 17 was going to be cut altogether. And then people would have to walk from a bus stop on Packers Avenue or across the street, have to cross Highway 30. But what I can tell you is, in looking throughout the system changes, it appears to me that the only bus route in the entire network redesign, that is a 75-minute wait or route is on the north side with this route, this amendment number 9. So that seems inequitable, that the north side is being offered a 75-minute bus solution when the plan clearly should be that everyone gets good service, everyone has ready access. There are no bus stops cut for people with disabilities, that they can get on and off the bus readily, easily. I find that disturbing, where other places in this process we're getting every 15-minute buses, and we're being offered a 75-minute solution.
Well, thank you, and thank you for outreaching our neighborhood on the north side.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to, Alder Abbas.
Thank you very much. Just one quick question, follow-up question to Beth. I think so. Alder Miazzi asked some good question. I have one follow-up.
Do we still have Beth?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you very much for your public service and collecting information and data. Did you share those surveys with the Metro staff?
Yes, I sent it to Metro staff and also with the alders.
With the alders. Thank you so much. And the latest amendment, which is in front of us, last night's was approved by Transportation Planning Board. Did Metro staff did an outreach on that amendment and discuss with broader community, because there was a lot of opposition for removing bus stop? Did you heard from Metro staff about that amendment?
No, the only opportunity really to speak on the bus network redesign for the north, specifically for District 18, was a public meeting. But I personally felt overwhelmed. I had gone to some of the low-income apartment complexes off of Northport to speak with people and to share information early on. But that was mostly related to, again, to Route 17 being cut. But I don't think there was really good opportunity for people to really understand the impact. I did notice that we don't have a lot of bus stops with amenities on the north side, but where there were amenities, there was what I viewed as inaccurate signage that said people are going to experience, there's a network redesign happening. People are going to have better access to jobs and more frequent, buses, and made it seem like it was going to be this great system change. But if you're busy, if you've got kids, if your life is very occupied with other concerns, you're going to see that at the bus stop and think, oh, there's great things coming. I don't think a lot of people understood that it meant that it's going to be a longer walk or longer wait, or perhaps a one-way route. I know that Alder Miazzi specifically asked staff to look at bringing a bus down towards Kennedy Heights. I don't see that happening. I see the Troy Drive route being a one-way, which is going to demand people walk with much longer walk from Northport Drive, in not a great well-lit area over by Mendota Mental Health, where a lot of people work various shifts. So I really believe that an equity study should be done now, an analysis. And I really support that happening before we rush to make this decision. I don't find it equitable that the people of the North Side are being forced to wait 75 minutes where it's not happening anywhere else in the city.
Thank you very much, Beth. Just last question, and sorry, putting you on the spot. I know a couple of other people who worked really hard beside you on collecting information, reaching out to underserved community, and talking about network redesign. Unfortunately, they are not here today, so I'm going to ask you a question. So did you heard from the Metro analysis around how much, where the stops will go with new if this got adopted, new network redesign, and how much will be the distance? Did they, in your knowledge, did they reach out to underserved community about their walking distance and addressing their obstacles?
Well, I had specifically asked, I think I sent an email to Justin Sternberg about the bus stops. And it's hard for people, if you're a bus rider, you know, your knowledge base is where you get on and where you get off. And when I asked specifically, how will we know where these new bus stops are and what these longer walks might be, I was told that it's too premature and it's that will come later on. But for bus riders, that's a critical piece of the puzzle. So yeah, I personally don't have a sense of the impact of moving these bus stops and how that's going to impact people and their walking. I do know that city staff were quite curt with a woman with a disability, Kim Owens, during the North Side public meeting and cut her off. And I found that to be really disconcerting.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that for all your work and, coming here and addressing those issues as well. Thank you so much.
Well, this is a very important piece of our future. The last redesign was done 20 years ago or more. So let's take the time to get it right.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington-McKinney, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The three people that I wanted to call back, Vice President Curry called Josh because I was looking at the statistical analysis, and Beth came back. And so now the one person that's left for me is Laura Green. Is she still here?
Do we have Laura Green with us?
Hi, I'm still here.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Alder.
Okay, Laura, you talked about the number of people that you served at the Multicultural Center. Give me that number again. And also, when there's a lot of discussion about people of color, and so could you say specifically what are the demographics of the people that you've been serving? Doesn't have to be an exact number, but who's coming through your doors to make up the number that you're going to give to me?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that question, Alder McKinney. We serve about 5,000 people in a year, probably a little more than that. Our demographics vary greatly depending on the program, but in general, our main demographics would be Latino, African American, and then we serve a pretty wide variety of immigrant groups through our ESL and Immigration Legal Services program. Altogether, that's 75 different countries represented. And I can't say there's any one particular dominant group over the other. It's a pretty broad spectrum of different ethnic groups.
Okay, that was the answer that I was looking for. Again, I don't know if you completed your thought, but of those individuals that are coming through their door, what was their concern about the current redesign?
The main concern people had was losing the bus service, especially in the neighborhoods behind the CMC, which is Bram's Addition and Capitol View, and that walk to the bus stop. A lot of people said, you know, even if the bus comes every 30 minutes, like that's okay because people are used to that schedule. Like they're accustomed to knowing when to get on the bus to get to work or the other important places they need to go. So if that bus stop moves significantly farther away from them, even if that bus is coming a little more frequently, that would pose a hardship for them in getting to the places that they need to go. And again, we serve people who are dependent on the bus. They're not using the bus because it's convenient and they want to avoid traffic and paying for parking downtown. These are people who the bus is either their only or their primary means of transportation.
Okay, thank you very much. That's I'm complete.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you.
Alder Carter, questions?
I have a question for Laura Green.
Go ahead, Alder.
Laura, can you tell me, I know that CMC has several different programs. At one point you served a meal. Are you still doing that?
Yes, we serve a meal every day of the week. We have a twice weekly food pantry, ESL classes 5 days a week, low cost immigration legal services with a caseload of about 600, family programming in Spanish, and really all of those programs have at least some number of bus users. I would say the food pantry and meal programs see the highest number of bus users.
And when I've been over there, I've seen many individuals at the bus stop just across from you on Bell Street, but then just as many are at the bus stop on Park Street. Is that your recollection?
I would say, I guess I can't really speak to that. One thing that I can speak to that was a concern that came up and is pretty obvious from our vantage point. Bell Street basically blocks access to Park Street if you are in those neighborhoods. So for people who might be living in the neighborhood, obviously they can walk to CMC, but if they're trying to get elsewhere, you know, that creates a significant barrier for them. Like there's buildings, there's fences, there are only 4 access points to Park Street from those neighborhoods. So that, I think that's where you get the difference between who's waiting back in the neighborhoods versus who's waiting on the Park Street stop. And another related concern I would really like to bring up is Park Street is a very busy and dangerous street for pedestrians. I know there's been some things to address that with lowering the speed limit and putting in like the crosswalks with the lights, but like we have had one of our guests die getting hit by a car on Park Street. I think that was about 5 years ago. So that is another concern I see if all of a sudden the only bus stops or the primary bus stops were to be moved all on Park Street. You know, how are people going to safely cross that street if that's their only bus stop coming from the neighborhoods? And I would imagine that could be a concern in other neighborhoods as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the Alder Miadze for the second time.
Last time, just a quick second. She touched on something that was very, I think, important as far as safety.
Alder, is it a question for a registrant?
Yes, for Green again.
All right. Can we have Laura still?
I'm still here.
Okay, go ahead, Alder.
Just a quick question. When you talked, you just pointed out something that was very important. You talked about the safety aspect of somebody crossing the road to catch the bus. Can you elaborate on the safety aspect. If somebody was walking 10 minutes to hurry up and catch a bus, then on top of it, just the rushing. Do you know anybody that rushes to catch the bus? I mean, I used to catch the bus, so I know about rushing to catch the bus. On top of it, we got a 10-minute walk. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes. All the time when we're working with guests or volunteers as well, like there are people who are like, I have to leave right now because I'm going to catch the bus. I know we work with a lot of people where that rush, if it became a longer walk, that would be a hardship for them. For homeless individuals, they're carrying all their stuff with them. For elderly or disabled individuals, like they might be having a walker. I know like the point I just brought up about Park Street, trying to cross by the CMC. I forget the name of the crossroad there, but it's like between CMC and Dig and Save, that little crosswalk there. That seems like a very dangerous point to cross. It's on top of the hill, so like cars don't always have the best visibility of pedestrians. It's a very busy spot to cross and wait for someone to stop. I don't use the bus very often myself, but the times I have to use the bus to get to CMC, I will get off of it on Wingrid Drive, which is a farther walk, and I have to walk up a hill. I'm an able-bodied young person, so I can do that, but I get off at that stop that's farther so I can cross at the stoplight. And I know not everyone would be able to make that choice if they're not as able to walk, or if they don't know that that's an option that they can do.
Have you mentioned that to anybody, and has transportation talked about any of these safety concerns?
I have not heard it brought up, and I feel like, we haven't even gotten that far. I think everyone we're working with is just wrapping their head around these changes and what's being proposed, and how can their voices be heard on that. So I feel like we haven't even gotten that far to start talking about these kinds of safety issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Now I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions. It's 9, almost 20 p.m. Would anybody like to, Alder Vitiver?
I'd like to request a 10-minute recess, please.
Is there a second? Alder Carter will second. It's been moved and seconded to take a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of a 10-minute recess? Seeing no objection, it's 9:19 p.m. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you all. And I will ask the clerk to proceed slowly towards calling the roll, please.
All right. And we'll start off with Alder Benford. Alder Bennett. I'll go back. Alder Carter. I can go back. Alder Conklin.
Present.
And Alder Curry.
Here.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Foster.
Here.
And President Furman.
Present.
Alder Halverson.
Present.
Alder Harrington King.
Present.
Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Miyatsu.
Present.
Alder Paulson.
Present.
Alder Fair.
I gotta get used to this. Present.
Alder Tischler.
Here.
Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Vitiver.
Present.
Alder Bahali.
Here.
Alder Abbas.
Here.
And go back to Alder Bennett.
Here.
And Alder Carter.
She almost got her headphones on. Try again.
And Alder Carter.
Alder Carter, you're muted, but I think we can count you as present.
That's good. Madam Mayor, we have one.
Thank you very much. All right, so I'll just remind us that that was the public comment portion and the questions for registrants portion. So now we go back to the items that were excluded from the consent agenda. We'll take up each one. For each item, we'll start with a motion. We'll have, in many cases, a presentation from staff, usually short, just to remind us what we're talking about. We'll do questions for staff, and then we'll do a discussion during which any additional motions might be made. And just to remind you again, if you get lost, you can call for a point of order and we'll try and explain where we're at. So the first item for exclusion is item 19, which is Legistar 71082, an alternate amending the Madison General Ordinances related to the protest petition. So on item 19, President Furman, a motion, please.
Move adoption of alternate.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the alternate. I've asked our planning director, Heather Stouter, to do a very short presentation on this, and then we'll have questions for staff. Heather?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I will keep this brief. What's before you this evening is an ordinance change, which would remove a provision from the zoning code allowing for a protest petition to be submitted related to all rezonings. There are really two issues to be thinking about this evening. First, the protest petition itself. So a protest petition is a formal, notarized petition that can be submitted by a relatively small group of individuals to change the threshold for a vote on rezonings from a simple majority, which it is today, to a supermajority vote for that particular item. As you've heard this evening and in the staff memo, protest petitions are relatively infrequent. We see about one per year. We've seen 13 precisely over the past decade. They've been submitted for a wide variety of requests, from income restricted housing in a few cases, market rate housing at various scales, from single family homes to 3-4-story buildings. And also even proactive rezonings that are meant to implement the city's plans, and other cases as well. The cumbersome process to really pull together a protest petition clearly works best for those who have time and resources and sometimes private legal support of their own in order to pull together a protest petition. And ultimately, when we as staff take a look at the system of regulation and process that is our city's zoning code, we really want to aim for the most equitable code possible. This is happening as we look at zoning codes across the country. And we think that this one element is something that would be good to remove from our code. We think that it would promote a more equitable zoning code. And so staff does support the removal of the protest petition provision from the code. The second issue that the council will look closely at this evening has to do with the difference between the original amendment proposed and the alternate. In the original amendment proposed, there was a provision that would increase the threshold for all rezoning votes from the simple majority that it is today to a 2/3 majority of the council. So in our case, that would be 14 alders would be needed to pass any rezoning in the city. Whereas the alternate actually maintains the existing simple majority vote for all rezonings. I want to just share a little bit about the magnitude of rezonings, the frequency that the council sees them. In the past few years, we've seen an average of about 35 per year. So really you're seeing 1 to 2 per agenda. That's a safe bet as far as the magnitude or the frequency of rezonings that the council's seeing. And so we would ask that you think really carefully about this shift. I think that a change to a 2/3 majority would really make rezonings more similar to budget amendments by really upping that threshold for the vote, and would make it such that, at any point, 7 alders could really block a rezoning, even if it was a rezoning that, was important to implement city plans. And so I think the council should think really carefully about that change. Does the council ultimately want to create a system where rezonings, which frankly we rely heavily upon to implement our plans and accommodate rapid growth in Madison, do we want a system where that 2/3 majority is required for each and every rezoning moving forward? And so I think those, again, are the two items that the council is really wrestling with. I think ultimately, when weighing this, it's obviously the council's decision. I think staff leans toward the alternate that's before you this evening. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Questions for staff, starting with Alder Miance.
Hello, Heather. Just want to thank you for that presentation, and also wanted to ask, what through the process does, in your expert opinion, can people still be engaged in community engagement throughout the process before it gets to the Common Council?
Great question. Absolutely. I think that I personally don't view the protest petition as a way to engage in a process. It's really a last minute effort to raise the vote threshold on a particular rezoning. In Madison, we do have a variety of ways that folks can get engaged, whether it's being involved in planning processes, the comprehensive plan. We engage 15,000 residents in that comprehensive plan process. We engage residents in our sub-area planning processes. But then when there is a live development proposal, that's often when folks get most interested in what's going to be happening close to where they live or work. There are multiple opportunities to get involved at that time too, when there's an imminent change that is proposed near someone's place of residence or work or other. During those times, often as alders, you're hosting with staff attendance, often neighborhood meetings where folks can share their thoughts on a development proposal. Those are informal, they're not always required, but in Madison, they're very frequent, as many of you know, having attended many yourselves. And then also on top of that, obviously, and with each rezoning, not just one, but 2 public hearings are required. One that occurs at the city's plan commission, and then another that occurs at the common council meetings themselves. And so I would say that there are many different opportunities at various parts of the process for folks to remain engaged.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, questions? No. Alder Abbas, questions?
Oh, thank you so much. Director Stauder, I heard you talk about we want to have more equity in our zoning process. I'm whispering, speaking politely. My kids are sleeping in the close by room, so I hope you can hear me. Let me know if you have a hard time hearing. So I know we are talking here about this particular petition, but there is a broader question here about our zoning laws, and I'm curious, as in your role, beside this protest petition, what else measures right now city planning staff is looking to remove barriers? I know Common Council took some good steps. I'm curious, when we talk about equity in zoning, what else you guys are looking beside protest petition?
Yeah, that's a great question too. We have some alders who are interested in looking at removing or changing other elements of the code as well. As many of you remember, there's a very controversial set of changes about a year ago to make it easier to construct housing at small and mid scales. That's something that a lot of cities are working on really across the country to find ways to relax the regulatory environment, especially around housing, which is really something we're facing as a whole nation. That's one area that we continue to look at nuances in our zoning code and think about, with elected officials, what are the ways we can nudge it toward, really promoting a more equitable regulatory environment for development in the city. That's one, notable example that I know had a lot of discussion about, equity in that discussion. I think that there are a couple of other things that are currently within our code. We have neighborhood conservation districts in our code that allow small groups of residents to come together and come up with special regulations for their neighborhoods that would prevent certain types of development or retain certain physical characteristics. We're examining that together to see if that's really an equitable element of the code. As many of you know, we're working on a transit-oriented development overlay that would continue to make housing and other uses easier to construct in areas that are well served by transit. So that's something that would be additive, a new element of the code we expect to bring before the council this fall. And there are a few other elements of our code that are pretty archaic. We have a family definition that I think Madison has tweaked over time to make it a little bit more palatable, but we'll be looking more closely at that. So there are several issues that we as a staff team, along with elected officials, are really examining within our code as we take a look at the way things are, the way the system is working today, and some things that have been around for years or decades that may need to shift into the future.
Mm-hmm. My second question is around a similar topic, as this is a good opportunity for us to discuss these things too. So when we make on, like as an example, you mentioned on various ordinances, we previously some controversial ordinances we change, or in future we're working on various things. Of course, alders are policymaker and they represent, and I represent area, and they talk to the planning staff. Planning staff have institutional knowledge and they have expertise. What is your communication process as a department to really make sure when you talk about equity, you engage with community, and especially those communities who usually doesn't come to Common Council on various process? I'm curious where you are in that particular communication strategy.
Mm-hmm. Great question. Again, I think most of our emphasis on really reaching out to communities whose voices we don't typically hear in city processes happens during the planning process itself. And so, as you know, in Madison, we do have a comprehensive plan that had a very robust public engagement strategy associated with it that was adopted back in 2018. It took 18 months of public engagement before there was even a rough draft to begin to react to for the comprehensive planning process. And we were very effective at proactively reaching out to communities of color and other communities that usually don't get involved in city processes. And also within our sub-area planning that we do in the city, we really try to focus on making sure that we are proactively reaching out to those communities and the agencies that serve them, making sure we're not expecting folks to show up at city-sponsored meetings all the time, but rather making ourselves available to show up at meetings that are being held in community by other organizations, trying to make sure that we're meeting people where they are and that we're taking, if someone's able to leave one web comment or have one in-person conversation, that we're taking that seriously and not only listening to the folks who are able to come to meeting after meeting after meeting and voice their opinions.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. So, Director Stauder, we are discussing two things here. One is public input process, other is development, making that development more equitable or more, user-friendly. So my question to you is, and especially with some new alders here, could you give us an example how long it takes for a developer the time they start met with your entity, your team, like DAT team, yes, development assistant team, the time they start the process until Plan Commission approved conditional use in case of multifamily and office. Could you explain how long this whole process take on developer end and the community engagement process?
Should I focus on rezonings since that's really what's before the council? Sure. So several of our development proposals involve a rezoning of property. And I would say that timeline can vary pretty tremendously based on the complexity and controversy surrounding a given project. But the ballpark would be 6 months to 12 months from when something is an idea sketched out on paper, initial meetings with alders and staff, to when a development team finds themselves in front of the city's plan commission for a recommendation to the Common Council.
So that's excellent answer, and that's where I was trying to go. So it will safe to say, beside protest petition, there is systematic challenges which take 6 to 12 months for a project to go through the zoning change and development approval process, correct?
That is the typical timeline that we would expect, yes.
And did you staff or perhaps some alders, did we look into improving that timeline?
Sure. We're constantly looking to improve. One of the major shifts that we haven't seen a lot of examples come from yet, but in the zoning changes that were made last year, one of the major shifts was really allowing more uses to occur as a permitted use. And so not requiring discretionary review by the Plan Commission or Council for housing projects at that small and mid scale. And so the hope is that by providing more avenues for development to occur as a permitted use, we could certainly compress those timelines and smaller mid-scale housing could move quicker. So that's probably the best example.
No, I know that example and I know permitted use and I appreciate for that. My question was around zoning. With zoning change, regardless permitted or small project or big project, it will still take substantial amount of time, 6 to 8 months a year, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
My question is regarding the zoning change, right? Regardless of
the zoning. The rezonings?
Yes, yep. After rezoning, they might have permitted use be changed into, like DRU2 or CCT, whatever the zoning is from agriculture, for sake of argument. It's still going to take, regardless permitted or conditional use, it's still going to take substantial amount of time, correct?
If it's being initiated by the development team, yes. If it's being initiated by the city, by an alder, for instance, as a way to use zoning as a tool to help implement our plans, then that timeline is compressed significantly.
Impressive. Okay, perfect. No, this is very helpful. I appreciate patiently answering all those questions. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions for staff?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Heather, regarding the protest petition, I believe you said, and correct me if I heard you incorrectly, that most of the times with a protest petition, you need to have an attorney. Is that what you stated?
I said that, often I think folks that are pulling together a protest petition have their own legal advice, in order to move that forward. We're really unable as a city to advise folks legally how to proceed with a protest petition. And so if they're getting legal advice, it can't come from the city. And so sometimes that is coming from the private sector.
And can they also file a protest petition without an attorney?
Yes, they can. They have to do things exactly right.
Right.
Notarized signatures and all of that. And it can be fairly cumbersome for some.
So can you walk me through how our constituents I guess would voice their opposition without the petition?
Sure, absolutely. I think that, if there is a formal proposal before the Plan Commission or at the Common Council level, both the Plan Commission and Council do hold public hearings for rezonings. That's a requirement in our zoning code that would remain. And so as you've seen this evening, at both Plan Commission and Council, individuals would have 3 minutes to voice their concerns, whether it's support or opposition, that they'd have that 3-minute opportunity to voice that to the Plan Commission or Council or both at those 2 public hearings. Also, in addition to that, and you're used to seeing a lot of written comment that comes in from individuals. And so that would certainly still be an opportunity for folks to voice their opinions to the Plan Commission or Council related to rezonings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler, questions?
Yes. Wondering if the removing of the protest petition would have any impact on our local historic districts?
No, not specifically. It's really related to just rezoning of land, regardless of what district it is in. It wouldn't exclude the historic districts and rezonings that would be proposed within them, but I don't think it has any specific impacts on historic districts.
Alder Bennett, questions?
Yes. Hi, Heather. I learned this from Kate Smith, or attorney Kate Smith, so I don't know if you can answer, but could you maybe give a brief context to the history of protest petitions, why they were even implemented in the first place?
I don't have a timeline or history related to the protest petition as a tool, but I think it has been around for many, many decades and really was created as a way for property owners to be able to organize in a relatively small group with shared opposition to change close to where they live, and really to raise the bar, raise the threshold for ultimately a common council or similar body in a municipality to vote on a rezoning of property. Now, I will say that, at first, for many decades, and probably in many cities around the country still, protest petitions had long been just for property owners, just for owners of land in the area surrounding proposed rezoning would be eligible to sign on to a protest petition. Madison does have a system where protest petitions can be signed by either property owners or percentage of registered electors, so renters who are registered to vote, can also sign protest petitions here in Madison.
Certainly. Cool. So with the city's current protest petition language, those who are not property owners and not registered electors would be precluded from filing a protest petition, correct?
Currently, yes. Yeah.
And why, and could you speak to if it is more difficult maybe for registered electors or those in highly densely populated areas to file a protest petition?
Sure, I do think it is. And one of the reasons is that I think it's tough if you can imagine living in a large apartment building near many other apartment and mixed use buildings. You really don't know what number you're aiming for. If you're trying to organize, a group of folks in opposition to something, it's hard to know what number you're aiming for. Whereas if you're living in a group of single family homes surrounding a site with a proposed rezoning, you can pretty easily go out and count those property owners or registered electors and figure out what number you're aiming for. And I think it's easier to organize in those lower density neighborhoods than it is in higher density neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. And could you speak to why legal counsel is necessary or needed? Or
sure. So just to be clear, it's not needed. It's certainly not required. But often, folks wishing to pull together a protest petition will come to staff with a lot of detailed questions. How exactly can I meet this? Where do I find the measurements? How many people do I need? Who's a registered elector? We, from the city staff perspective, we've been advised by the attorney's office to be really careful in the questions that we answer and to not really coach folks in how best to meet the thresholds for the protest petition. And so sometimes those that are organizing to submit a protest petition have the means and willingness and interest in basically providing the resources to hire their own legal counsel privately, just to make sure that all of their I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And that's happened occasionally in some of the 13 petitions that we've seen over the past decade.
Mm-hmm. And along with that legal counsel, they would also need a notary public to kind of go around and notarize every single signature.
Yes, in all cases, they would need a notary who can be a volunteer and often is a volunteer notary willing to notarize all of the signatures.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks. And as for questions about timing, is it true that with protest petitions, they add additional time, that additional time can, in some cases, jeopardize the completion of a development?
Well, that's a great question. I don't know if there haven't been any cases of that happening among the 13 over the last decade that I know of, but they do cause unanticipated work to basically analyze those protest petitions. And if they're submitted close enough to a council meeting, sometimes they necessitate waiting until the next council cycle. So, an unanticipated 2 to 3 week delay in getting before the council. But I don't think any have resulted in completely stalling out a project, but that's certainly within the realm of possibility.
Cool, thank you. And I think this is my last question. As for the original, if the original were to pass, would having a 2/3 majority increase the amount of staff time and also the amount of pressure that us council members have for any rezoning decision because of the heightened scrutiny?
I can't foresee an increase in staff time related to a different voting threshold. And I really think that is the key question that the council just needs to wrestle with. I think it's a question about democracy. I think it's a question about, what types of decisions really rise to the level of I'll keep throwing out the budget amendment as one that's pretty easily defensible. It needs a 3/4 vote today to pass. Do we want rezonings, of which there are an average of 35 per year, and we don't see that slowing down? Do we want that to have the same threshold essentially as other things that we hold to a supermajority vote?
Cool. Thanks so much, Heather.
Sure.
Thank you. Alder Carter, questions?
Yes, I have a question. Is Attorney Haas on tonight?
Yes.
Can Attorney Haas address his history of the protest petition instead of having it third hand?
Well, I don't, excuse me, thank you. I don't think I really have any more history knowledge than Director Stouter. We do have a little bit of information in the drafters analysis, and the most notable recent development is that the state statutes previously required us to have a protest petition process, and that was changed in 2019. I'll just read the paragraph from our drafters analysis, which was put together by Attorney Smith. Historically, protest petitions were a tool for landowners to have more power. The protest petition was included in the nation's first comprehensive zoning ordinance. Protest petitions became standard in model zoning codes adopted in the 1920s and 30s throughout the United States. And then it goes on to talk about state law. Unfortunately, Attorney Smith is out of town, and so I don't have any more information other than that about the history of the protest petition.
But it was in effect until 2019.
Correct. The requirement that municipalities provide for a protest petition was in effect. So prior to that, the city did not have the option to repeal this ordinance.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought the history was, and that's exactly what I wanted to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Miadze. Questions?
Yeah, just a quick question for Heather. One last question. As we look it through equity lens, and we see a lot of, how should I say, NIMBYism, not in my backyard, from just a small majority of people. What can we do as a city to move things forward in order to hear from other residents, especially residents of color, to make sure that we're looking through an equity lens and making sure all voices, not just some voices, because we've seen sometimes how the loudest voice speaks for everybody else and say that I think this is what you guys need, versus having the people at the table that most impacted through a positive development, right? Something that's going to be good for the whole community, right? So how do we get more voices at the table that as a community, as say forth the whole district of 18 versus just certain people that come to the table and speak the loudest?
That's a great question. I mean, I wish I had all of the answers to that, and I do not. I can tell you that one of our strategies that was new during the comprehensive plan process now 5 years ago was to actually work with representatives of various parts of the Madison community. The various BIPOC community members were actually paid as facilitators to assist with what we called at the time resident panels. And that was, basically sustained focus groups who met various times throughout the comprehensive planning process with a paid facilitator who was, a representative member of that given community. We worked with, I think it was 16 different resident panels to really make sure we were, deeply engaged with those communities, but not always having a city staff person take the lead. In fact, ultimately, making sure that we created spaces of trust and ways for folks to really participate by often not being present as city staff when asked. And so, that was one strategy. I think that one of the remaining challenges as a planner and as elected officials is that the hardest voices to really hear from are the folks who don't live in an area yet. And as our city continues to grow and change and areas evolve to accommodate rapid growth, that's a voice that's really hard to get at. And that's why I think we keep on coming back to the comprehensive plan and the overwhelming majority of BIPOC community members calling for more housing options in Madison at all levels. That was the loudest thing that we heard throughout the entire comprehensive planning process from all folks involved in the process, and particularly from communities of color, regardless of where they're living. I think we need to be thinking as a city about creating more choices across the entire city, housing choices, housing types, housing, rent levels, which is what we're doing with the city's affordable housing fund and other programs. But again, I think all alders need to keep in mind that the hardest voice to really hear from is the voice of folks who don't yet live in an area, but that we as a city really want to create choices for them to move into full service, wonderful neighborhoods with amenities. And so I think, that's a theme that if I had the answer to that, that would be really fantastic. And I don't have all the answers, but I think one thing, again, that we lean on is what we heard in the comprehensive plan, that citywide sense of what things were most important to most residents.
Do you think that this could be something that could be charged with the NRTs within a certain neighborhood that affects them? So NRTs, can they be charged with this, you think?
Alder, I'm just going to pause you there because that's getting pretty far away from the question of the protest petition. I think it's a really valuable conversation, but I'm not sure that it's appropriate for this moment right now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, additional questions?
Yes, I was going to say the same thing you did, Mayor. But I do have a question when Heather talked about public hearing, and this is a question, clarification that I know, Mayor, you can clear up for me. So if I remember all the changes, and God knows I don't, so I'll say that right away before people start rolling their eyes. But we have public comment. We don't have public hearings anymore. Am I right on that? Isn't it all public comment?
Alder, the only thing that's changed is that if we don't have any registrants on a public hearing item, we don't go through the civic theater of opening a public hearing and saying we have no registrants and closing the public hearing. But yes, we still have public hearings.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. Any additional questions for staff? If not, item 19 has been moved and seconded. So is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is to adopt the alternate. Alder Bennett. Alder, you're still muted.
It's okay. I don't have much to say if everyone has already made up their minds, but I hope everyone supports the alternate. I think this is a great move for the city. It's not going to solve all our problems, but it gets rid of one pretty crappy thing. So if anyone wants to respond to that, you're free to, but support the alternate, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Abbas?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think so. It comes to a broader question here in front of us as a council and as a city is about our development process. I know the staff works really hard and help our developers, but I know a number of small businesses, small developers who struggle a lot with the city committee's process. Perhaps when we talk about our lack of housing here, lack of barrier, I know we took some of the steps in this council and the staff is working. I think so. The reason I was asking those questions is for us to think more about return on investment of our time. I really, honestly, no offense to anyone. This is my personal opinion, not attack to anyone. I don't really see how this protest petition is going to increase development, and that's my opinion. I do think so. There are path forwards. What Heather was mentioning through zoning, 6 to 8 months, 1 year, inflation, increase of construction cost. These are the things where we should spend our energy and look how we could improve that. And secondly, we should look how we improve our communication with constituents, people who live. I mean, people who are next door, they're not all NIMBYs. Yeah, this is Wisconsin weather. If somebody's, window and sun is all gone, that person need to be heard. Well, we need to talk. We are elders, we represent area. I mean, what is wrong with that? That's their livelihood, that's their property where they live. I'm not saying they are white, brown, rich, poor. I'm saying that they have democratic right. And if they want to use that voice as a protest petition, I don't see why it's gonna change the outcome of the project, decrease our number of units. It's going to create some social injustice and whatnot. I do think so. The more broader issue is the policies we place around development projects and how those policies delay the project, and developers, especially small developers who are just getting into this development arena, they get super frustrated. There are a couple of them who told me they don't want to do business in Madison. There's too much runaround. There's too much stuff happening. A couple of them do minority-owned developers from India. They're doing business in Schaumburg area and in Illinois, and they have far easy process, and they don't have 3-month, 4-month, 8-month plan commission and this and that. I'm not criticizing anyone here. I think so. Our staff work really hard to help these people. But perhaps we should look into our plan commission doing every week. And those volunteers, I salute them for their time because they're volunteers. At least we get some stipend and they get nothing. And they're here for the betterment of the society. But those are the things where we should really look and spend energy. We spend over 2.5 hours here just discussing about petition and thinking about, I'm not disrespecting anyone that it's not important or important. I'm just giving my opinion, and my opinion is my opinion, not attack on anybody's opinion here. But I just don't really see any benefit the debate we have for the last 2 hours, unfortunately. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. Alder Bennett and then Alder Miadze. Alder Bennett for the second time. And oh, nope. All right, Alder Miadze.
I just wanted to say that our democratic system, has residents. So our democratic system residents elected officials to make decisions that are in the best interest of everyone. Those same residents lobby their elected officials so that they can make the informed decision. Ultimately, the vote with all the input is taken definitely into considerations. Provisions such as a major majority vote effectively allows the public to vote about anything, so that it makes elected officials useless. So I basically said that to say that it's important that we have a simple majority vote. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think it is clear to the public what a public hearing is, but it is clear what a protest petition is. According to the state statute, it was a requirement for municipalities to have protest petitions until 2019. I think that, again, we need more education of our public so they know how to engage with us. And because of that, and because sometimes we are confused, some of us are confused sometimes. Some of us won't admit to it, but I bet our pets know at the end of the day that we were confused. I'll tell you that. But because of that, I'm going to be listed as abstaining on this one. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Bennett for the second time.
Yes, thank you so much. So with this protest petitions, I have to concede that it's not going to solve all of our problems with housing, but it gets rid of one bad thing. Bad thing, you might ask, if you see no reason to be having this debate, is one, inequity within our processes. And two, addressing a bad system. Mainly just the one thing. The history of protest petitions, which unfortunately we didn't get to hear, but they started in 1916 as a product of the United States wanting to use more land use, aka zoning. And this process was made by and for rich white property owners solely. That's why protest petitions were made. And that's how they have been used over and over again. The process itself does not work in an urban environment or for those that are not property owners. I have a specific example of experiencing this inequity during the Olive Madison issues. Not going to discuss the merits of that right now, but it became very clear that those who do not have the financial means to pay for legal counsel, a notary public, or understand filing in a dense urban area does not have access to protest petitions. And I strongly disagree that people don't understand public hearings, but understand protest petitions. Property owners understand protest petitions. Other people don't. That's why city staff has to answer 1,000,001 questions, and with the singular answer that we can't help you when people want to file protest petitions. So ultimately, protest petitions aren't the path forward to the public engagement that we want and need. It gives power to the loudest voices, the voices that have the privilege, the financial means, and the property necessary to make their voices heard. So support the alternate, please. And if not, it's okay. But ultimately, it's getting rid of one bad thing. And we need to be focusing more on engaging our public before it comes to council. So having those public hearings, having those public meetings, going to neighborhood meetings, that's our job as alders to engage our constituents, not in a last-ditch protest petition effort.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze for the second time.
Actually, Alder Bennett said it perfectly. I can't add anything more to it, but it is the processes of that we have that keeps Madison to be like one of the worst places to live. So I definitely agree with my fellow Alder.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, we've had instances at recent council meetings where people who have claimed residents have opposed a project or sidewalks or whatever, that their voices weren't heard. similar with the Zion Church Development Project. But what it really came down to is that their voices were heard, but they did not prevail in the political process, in the democratic process. The protest petition seems to me to be kind of a Hail Mary that has the capacity to gum things up. And with all due respect to Alder Abbas's comments about what we should be doing is trying to come up with ways to facilitate and expedite development so that smaller and medium-sized developers don't get frustrated and go out of town. I imagine that those small and medium developers would be extremely frustrated if a protest petition resulted in a delay of their project, a bureaucratic device that simply gives an undue weight of voice to people who, quite frankly, had their voices heard, but argued that since the council or the commissions didn't vote their way, that somehow or another their voices were not heard. So I would encourage everyone to join in on Alder Bennett's alternate, and let's move forward. Let's vote this change in our ordinance and move on with the rest of our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze, this would be
Call the question.
Okay, you're the only person in the queue, so. All right, I have no further alders in the queue. The motion is to adopt the alternate with the note that Alder Carter has wishes to be marked as abstaining.
Roll call request, please.
Roll call is requested. So the motion is to adopt the alternate. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. And let me just pause here for our new alders. Just a reminder that when we come to voting on something, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent first. If you want a roll call, you do exactly what Alder Abbas just did. You raise your hand, you ask for a roll call, and then we'll go into a roll call. So the motion is to adopt the alternate. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Benford.
Aye.
Alder Bennett.
Aye.
Alder Carter.
Abstain.
Oh, sorry, abstain. Yep. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Curry.
Aye.
Alder Evers. Sorry, could you repeat that?
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Furman.
Aye.
Alder Halverson.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
I'm going to abstain.
Alder Heck.
Aye.
Alder Miadze.
Aye.
Alder Paulson.
Aye.
Alder Fair.
Aye.
Alder Tischler.
Aye.
Alder Revere.
Aye.
Alder Vitever.
Aye.
Alder Wahelia.
Aye.
And Alder Abbas.
You can add me as no.
Okay, so that is (17) ayes, 1 no, 2 abstains.
With 17 ayes, that item passes, and I'll take the moment to share another fun tidbit about the council. Items require 11 votes to pass, not just a simple majority of the alders present. In the event of a 10-10 vote, I will break a tie. And there are some items, and they will be noted on the agenda as such, that require a special number of votes to pass. So it's just something to watch for in the future. All right, so that takes us to, one other process point that I wanted to share. The reason that I ask, that I say to alders for the second time on the question is the council has adopted for itself rules that limit alders to speaking twice on an individual question, so a certain item, for a total of 10 minutes. We haven't had to invoke the 10-minute rule recently. I certainly hope we don't need to, but it does exist. Alder Conklin?
Madam Mayor, could you ask Alder McKinney to mute herself? Thank you. It was a lot of feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. And that's an excellent other point that I wanted to.
I'm already muted, Alder. I am muted. I just unmuted myself to respond to you.
Thank you, Alder. We did have some feedback. I think one of our tech facilitators was unmuted as well. So it's a good reminder to all of us when we're not speaking to stay on mute, and also a good reminder to please keep your cameras on for members of the council so that I can be visually assured that we are maintaining quorum at all times. All right, now that takes us to item 128, which is Legistar 71227, adopting the Metro Network redesign plan. President Furman, a motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Move adoption of the amended Metro Network redesign plan, which includes amendments 1, 3C, 7, 8, 10, 11A, 12, 13, 15, 16C, 17A, 4E, 5, 6A with a portion into Middleton, conditional upon approval by the Middleton Council, 9 and 30A.
Second.
All right, that has been moved and seconded, and now in order to fully understand what that means, I'm going to ask our Metro and Transportation staff to please give a brief presentation, and if you could address both the process, what we've been through, and what comes next. And then also the content, particularly with respect to the amendments. And I see a number of you have turned your cameras on. I'm going to let you all figure out who's going in what order.
Okay. Hello, I'm Tom Lynch. I'm the Director of Transportation. I'll spend about a minute just saying, how did we get here? Next slide. Prior to 1998, all routes used to go to the square, and we transferred at the square. In 1998, under Metro General Manager Paula Roos, they implemented the current transit network system, which implemented transfer points. What this did is this allowed us to extend our transit service to the periphery where a lot of our development was occurring. It allowed more coverage, it created longer travel times, and required more transfers. It affected different types of residences differently. Next slide. An onboard survey in 2015 showed that African Americans transferred roughly 3 times more frequently than whites, low incomes roughly double than whites, Hispanics are roughly 1.5 times as much as whites. This becomes a factor when you think about on-time performance. Most of our buses get to their transfer points on time, and there's a 30-minute pulse, but a small percentage, 5 to 7%, don't. So if a bus is 3 minutes late, that person's trip isn't delayed by 3 minutes, but it's delayed by about 30 minutes because they missed their transfer, and then they have to wait 30 minutes for the next Metro pulse. So that disproportionately affects people that need to transfer. Next slide. On the same onboard survey, we found that African Americans have travel times longer than 45 minutes, 3 times the amount of whites. A low income about, a little bit more than mid and high income, and then Hispanics also about 1.5 times. Next slide. This is a map of our buses in service prior to the pandemic, the number of bus services per hour. And so you can see that if you have a traditional job that works, from 7 to 9, and then you get off work from 4 to 6 or something like that, you have great transit service. You're able to get to your work on time, particularly if you live inside the Beltline. However, if you work non-traditional hours, let's say you get on at noon or you get off late at night, the transit service is substantially reduced. Similarly, on weekends, if you have to use transit to get groceries, for instance, you end up having longer waits for transit because our system is kind of geared towards the traditional job. Because of this, in 2020, money was put into the budget to study our transit service to see if we could address some of these iniquities. This resulted in hiring a consultant, draft plan, and then all the work and subsequent amendments that our staff and our consultant have put together. Mike Chickvala will now kind of describe some of that for you.
Good evening, everybody. Mike Chickvala from the city's transportation department. I'll talk a bit more about the background of the project and how we got to where we are. So a little bit about why we're doing this project now at this point in time. One is to address some of the longstanding issues and discrepancies that Tom described, particularly very long trips in Madison's neighborhoods, people waiting for a long time to ride the bus, waiting as the circuitous routes would wind their way towards their destination, going out of their direction to the transfer points, waiting, transferring, and so forth. Secondly, as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, this is a good opportunity to adjust the service so that it reflects future needs and future travel demands. And finally, we have a separate project, the Bus Rapid Transit Project, that will be bringing fast, frequent service to the east-west BRT corridor. We would need to change many of the routes to be less duplicative with BRT and provide connections to BRT. But we did not limit ourselves to just the BRT corridor. And so in this project, we're looking at all of the routes outside of the BRT corridor in order to bring some of those same benefits to more neighborhoods. This was basically a 4-phase project. In phase 1, we looked at existing conditions and talked about the choices that we had in terms of what transit service can do for us. In phase 2, we looked at alternatives, specifically the ridership and coverage alternative and where we should be between those two extremes. In phase 3, we developed the draft plan. And now, of course, we're on phase 4, adding amendments to the draft plan to make it the final plan. As you can see from the timeline there, we started this project back in September 2020. So we're going on almost 2 years of planning for this project. This is the draft plan that I mentioned. This was the plan that started talking about where the routes should actually go. I'm not going to go into the details here, but something to notice quickly on the draft plan is that the color of the route indicates the frequency. So the red lines indicate bus routes that run every 15 minutes throughout the majority of the day, the weekday. You see routes A and B signify the bus rapid transit lines. And the blue lines are bus routes that run every 30 minutes throughout the day. You see very few routes that run less frequently than every 30 minutes. So you can see there are no transfer points in the draft plan map. Instead, the BRT system sort of forms the backbone of the system. We released the draft plan and then started talking about how we could make improvements to the draft plan to address some of the shortcomings of the draft plan. Briefly, if you look at this map in the background, the green areas are areas that would see improved transit access throughout the area. There are some pinkish areas that would see a reduction in transit access, and so we focused on some of those areas, as well as some of the areas that were of strong concern to many bus riders. So these amendments, you can see that there are 18 of them listed here. They were shown at the May 16th Transportation Policy and Planning Board, as well as a public meeting on May 19th. We had a public hearing on May 31st, and the Transportation Policy and Planning Board provided a recommendation yesterday. And so these amendments combined with the draft plan will form the final plan. So you can see some of the numbers on these amendments have asterisks. Those are the amendments that were not recommended by the Transportation Policy and Planning Board yesterday. So when we combine the recommended amendments from the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, we get this map. So this is a change from the draft map that I just showed a few slides ago. I'm not going to walk through every detail, but of course we can get into that detail if that's the desire. Again, the red lines every 15 minutes, the blue lines every 30 minutes, and then the lighter blue lines every 60 minutes or once an hour. I'll talk about some of the amendments. I'll go through them very quickly. The ones that were recommended by the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. Amendment number 1 relates to the north side. Route B, it transitions from a two-way service to a one-way loop serving Northport and Troy. Amendment 3C removes the First Street crossover, making service more direct as it travels through the isthmus. Amendment 4E on the south side is a new Route O that serves Olin Avenue, John Nolan, Badger Road, Bram Street, Fish Hatchery Road. Amendment 5 converts Route X from a peak-only route to an all-day route. A lot of people ask us, what does peak-only mean? Peak-only is a route that only runs during the morning and afternoon rush hour. So that's like 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. on weekdays. So Amendment 5 converts Route X from that pattern to a route that runs once an hour all day. Amendment 6A responds to concerns on the west side around Old Sauk Road. It shortens Route H and replaces that service with Route R, which is a route similar to current Route 15 along Old Sauk, and then also converts Route Y from a peak period only route to an all-day route. And so that's the one that goes into Middleton. And so that recommendation was contingent on approval from the city of Middleton. Amendment number 7 was a cost-neutral change that moved Route D2 from Midvale to Nakoma Road, providing more direct service and some coverage to different neighborhoods in that area, responding to some complaints about the elimination of Route 19. Amendment 8 introduces 2 new rush hour peak-only routes, routes V and W, providing commuter service on the isthmus directly into the UW campus. Route L is a new route on the north side and east side, serving Wheeler Road north of Northport, Aberg, the Pick and Save, La Follette, and Owl Creek. Amendment 10 made some changes to Route E on the near west side. Amendment 11A makes some changes to Route D2 on the far west side, shifting that route from McKee Road to Nesbitt and Maple Grove, providing additional service where there's has been no transit service in Madison. There will now be new transit service running every 30 minutes with Amendment 11A. Amendment 12 is a slight change to Route F to serve the west branch of Excelsior to serve the west DMV. Amendment 13 affects the city of Fitchburg. That changes Route D from Route D2 from Allied Drive to Red Arrow and Genuine, providing some more service coverage in that area. 15 was a change to Route Z, which is commuter service in Fitchburg. Essentially, the replacement for routes 44 and 49, changing that so that it goes to the UW campus instead of the Capitol Square. Amendment 16C makes a change to Route G in the Southdale area to provide service there similar to Route 16. Amendment 17A is a slight change to Route Z in Fitchburg. So those amendments are generally cost neutral or add some costs to Metro's operations. We then looked at a handful of ways that we could reduce some service from the draft plan to help pay for some of those service enhancements. Those amendments that were recommended yesterday, Amendment 30A, changes the service on BRT routes A and B to every 30 minutes on Sunday. In the draft plan, they had service every 15 minutes, not all day on Saturday and Sunday, but they had service every 15 minutes between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday, and then every 30 minutes outside those times. Amendment 30A removes that frequent service on Sunday. So a Sunday would be every 30 minutes all the time. Amendment 31 affects when we transition from daytime service to evening service. We currently make that transition at around 6:30 p.m. We have our daytime service kind of drops off and becomes less frequent at that time. With the draft plan, we had pushed that time back to 8 o'clock. So you would have daytime service through 8 p.m. Amendment 31 dials back on that a little bit, and the evening service transition begins at 7 p.m. rather than 8 p.m. So 30A and 31 are some cost savings measures. So I'll just talk briefly about some of the amendments that we've been having more discussion on, and had some discussion yesterday, as well as we've been having a lot of conversations about people in these neighborhoods. So I'll talk about Amendment 4E. This is an amendment that introduces new Route O on the south side. In the draft plan, we only had Route B, which provided service every 15 minutes on Park Street, and then some rush hour only service on Fish Hatchery and John Nolan. So we recognized that there was some lack of service coverage on the south side. So Amendment 4E, which was recommended yesterday, has a route that starts near the UW campus. It comes down Randall Avenue. In order to provide service on Randall Avenue, we would need to make some changes to a traffic circle that's right here at Randall and Vilas. So until that change is made, we would operate on Mills. That's why you see the dashed line there. So we'll work with that neighborhood to make the changes necessary to that traffic circle at Randall and Vilas. The overall goal there being to provide a north-south corridor that's in between Monroe and Park Street. Otherwise, as you can see, we've historically had a pretty significant gap in service there, as well as provide service to the Henry Vilas Zoo. South of there, Route O would be proposed to do a one-way loop in the clockwise direction, heading eastbound on Olin, and then coming down John Nolan, Badger, coming up Rusk, Coster, Bram, Fisher, back down Park Street, over on Badger Road, and then up Fish Hatchery. We had a handful of landmarks, destinations that we wanted to serve with Route O, one being Romness Apartments on Olin, a few blocks east of Park Street. We had the Goodman Pool that we wanted to serve. Parks is opening a new building near Winger Creek in Olin Turville Park. Up in that area, we wanted direct service between the downtown area and Alliant Energy Center. Looking at ways to provide better service in this area near Badger Road. And then coming up north on Fish Hatchery Road to serve a couple destinations on Fish Hatchery, one being the St. Vincent's Food Pantry and other services there, as well as the SSM Health Clinic just north of Winger Creek. So just to summarize here, staff had recommended a slightly different version, Amendment 4D, which did not have this service up here on Rusk and Bram, but went on Badger. This was the 4E was the route that was recommended from residents on the south side, supported by the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. This essentially serves all of the streets that are currently served by Route 13 in this area, as well as you have significantly enhanced service on Park Street, with that service being upgraded from every 15 minutes or from every 30 to 60 minutes to every 15 to 30 minutes. And then the service on Fish Hatchery here replaces essentially the service that's currently provided by Route 4. Amendment number 9, this dealt with several complaints that we heard, particularly on the north side, but also on the southeast side. So I'll go through a couple of them here. Route L is a route that should run once an hour. So it cycles in a very tight 2 hours. So we'd like to get it to 2 hours where we can put one bus, or we can put 2 buses on it. And so we're working to make that a once an hour route. This would provide all-day service north of Northport, which was a desire in the draft plan that was shown with Route X with only peak period service. So Route L would provide service all day throughout the weekday and weekend. There was a desire or a request from Dryden Terrace Apartments specifically for service basically at the intersection of Dryden and Londonderry Drive, which is the street just north of Northport there. So we were able to provide that with a slight deviation of Route L. Route L then comes down and comes over on Aberg Avenue and serves the front door of the Pick and Save on Aberg Avenue there. It'll then come up Wright Street in Kinsman and serve the proposed men's homeless shelter on Kinsman and the Stoughton Road area. Come down, connect to several other routes here, as well as Woodman's Grocery Store on Milwaukee Street. Come down Walter Street to provide a little bit of extra coverage on Walter Street. And then one thing that we heard significantly from both the neighborhood resource team as well as the school district was the need for direct service between La Follette High School and the Owl Creek neighborhood, similar to what's provided today with Route 31. So we were able to do that with Route L, going directly from La Follette High School towards the Owl Creek neighborhood and coming back. There's also some changes to Route C here. With this change, we're able to reallocate the service hours for this branch of Route C, which is shown as C2 here. So that provides new service that's not in the draft plan. And we've never had all-day service, but it would pass the interstate, but it would extend all-day service once an hour on Buckeye east of the interstate to serve neighborhoods there. I think now I'll hand it over to Justin Sturenberg.
All right. Good evening, everybody. So all told, the amendments that passed at TPPB last night would add roughly $1 million to our budget in our current kind of conservative estimates. We do have some ideas on how we might fund that. We've got a couple different sources to add some more funding. We also have been fairly conservative in our cost estimating, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to get that number down anyway. And then certainly in the short term, we have some federal sources, over the next couple of years to pay for that. But ultimately there is some increase in this. Keep in mind our budget is about $65 million. So this represents about a 1.5% increase in our budget. But again, we hope to get that number down to much closer to zero. I can go to the next one. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the questions and concerns that have been raised by public comments and in the Policy and Planning Board last night. First is around outreach, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later, but I just want you to, this is the number of meetings that our staff attended just in the last 3 months. And so I just want to emphasize with you all the level of effort that has been put into reaching out to the community. And in addition to this, much was mentioned about surveys. But we had flyers on all the buses. We had flyers, I think one of the commenters mentioned, we had posters on the shelters. We encouraged people who did not have access to computers to call into our call center, and many of our comments were received that way. We even received some mailed letters. And so I just want to assure you all that certainly there are, some barriers for some folks who may not have access to technology, but we made a strong effort to reach those folks and provide them that opportunity to give feedback on the plan. Mike, can you go to the next one? So kind of to that end, around some of the comments have been around equity as well. And so I think we've had a couple of people say that we haven't done an equity analysis and we need to do one before you can move forward on this plan. That simply isn't true. We've done equity analysis all along the way. Mike mentioned the 3 previous steps in this plan. Every single one of them talks extensively around different disadvantaged communities and how to ensure that we are serving them properly. And actually the amendment map that Mike showed, specifically showed how we were mapping the impacts in different areas. So I want to assure you that equity analysis have been done all along the way. What we're saying right now is that with all these amendments, we don't know which ones to analyze until we get direction from you all as a council. Once you have given us the direction on what to analyze, then there is a subsequent step. What you're approving tonight, hopefully approving tonight, is not the final authorization to implement this plan. What you're approving tonight is giving us direction on this is the direction that you all think is the best way to go. And then we will then go through the final details, including bus stop locations, including detailed schedules about what time buses will arrive. And then most importantly, going through the detailed Title VI equity analysis of this final version of the plan. We have requirements at the federal level for all of our federal funding to go through this process. Us not implementing a project that is, or these changes that are in a non-equitable way is not an option for us. I just want to reinforce that it is not an option for us to implement inequitable changes. And we will ensure that does not happen. And one of the commenters tonight mentioned about individual impacts versus disproportionate impacts. And that's the other thing that I want to emphasize to you. Many of the biggest benefits in this plan are also the areas of some of the highest concentrations of people of color, and particularly African-American people in the city. The Northport Drive corridor, the Fish Hatchery Road corridor on the south side. Those are some of the biggest benefiting areas of the city. But that's not to say that there won't be individual people who are impacted. That certainly is the case with any change. And we just need to be able to recognize that just because some people are impacted, it doesn't mean that entire demographic group is impacted in the same way. And we will do that analysis again on this changed version of the plan with amendments to ensure that is the case. And if for some reason it comes back where it does show that there are negative impacts, then we will propose revisions to the plan to you all to make those and correct those. And then the last thing on equity I want to mention, and I think, again, we've heard it from several commenters again tonight, is that somehow this plan is shifting resources away from the neighborhoods and into the BRT corridor. And again, I just want to avail you of that notion that is, again, not true. This is certainly a reorganization of the way that services are provided within neighborhoods, but it is not taking service away from some neighborhoods and giving it to others. Again, looking specifically at the south side or the north side, right? The total amount of service hours, the total money that we're spending in those neighborhoods is not any different than what it is or was in 2019. But what it is doing is shifting the resources to concentrate the service in the higher demand, higher density portions of those neighborhoods. It's perfectly valid to have the discussion as to whether or not that is the right decision. But I just want to make sure that we're not thinking that somehow we're stealing the resources and giving them to the BRT. In many cases, and in some areas of the BRT, we're actually reducing the number of buses that are currently traveling through that corridor. And we're able to do that because we can get the service to be more efficient, partially by getting rid of the transfer points. And so we're able to reallocate some of that service elsewhere to the city. Again, we're able to do that without reducing the quality of service downtown, just because we're reducing the duplication of service downtown. And then on the outreach piece, the other thing I want to talk about is Southdale. And so I think you heard a lot from folks from Southdale tonight, and they were there last night or at the public hearing last week as well. I want to admit the Southdale outreach was late, but I do think it has occurred now. And I do think that it is a fairly isolated situation, and specifically in that we as Metro are a City of Madison department. We operate regionally through partnerships with our partner cities elsewhere in the region. And we rely on those partners to help us push out information and to have these outreach activities. We cannot go into another city uninvited and do outreach activities in their city for service that they pay for. And unfortunately, Southdale is kind of in a representative limbo status where they are currently Town of Madison, not City of Madison, and they are Town of Madison and eventually becoming part of Fitchburg. And so when we reached out to all of our partners to arrange for outreach activities, we set up meetings in most of our partner cities, including Fitchburg. We had several discussions in Fitchburg, but we did not get response from Town of Madison. And so that kind of slipped through the cracks. And so, certainly I wish that hadn't happened. But I think that we did adjust and correct that course in a satisfactory way. And ultimately, Amendment 16C basically restores the service level that they have today. It's essentially the same thing as what currently exists with Route 16 today. And Fitchburg, to their credit, even though, again, Southdale is not part of Fitchburg yet, they stepped up and really took charge on arranging that meeting and even voting in their council to fund additional funds for that service. So again, just want to acknowledge that outreach was late, and I understand why that neighborhood feels that they were overlooked. But want to reassure you that that we feel that we've done that work now, even if it was late, and that I do feel it's an isolated situation just because of that very unique representative situation that existed there. And then the last thing I'll say, you heard 20 or so people talk tonight. We've had, again, probably over roughly 100 meetings over the course of this project, many of them with 150 people. We received comments from over 3,000 individuals. And we feel confident that these amendments have addressed the vast majority of concerns that we've heard from the community. But there's no way we can ever address all of them. And that's why you're hearing from some folks tonight. And the other thing that you heard is around delay. We just need to slow down this process. I think you have to ask yourself what that would achieve. Again, we've had all of these meetings already. We've had all of these public comments. It's not clear to us what a delay would actually achieve other than just a delay. And it is a very real situation that it's very difficult for us. It's not just, I think one of the commenters mentioned about that we're only doing this for UW and our timeline is determined by UW. That's partially the case because our ridership is much lower in the summer and doing it in the summer allows us to do kind of a soft rollout.
I think we lost Justin.
Well, I can finish this out here. We can go back to Justin if he comes back. Sorry about that, everybody. But I think what he was trying to make the case here is that so what we're planning on doing is implementing this plan in June of 2023. That allows us to make some last minute adjustments before our ridership really starts getting very high and we start experiencing a lot of the overcrowding problems on our downtown oriented routes. And so implementing on our normal schedule in August would be a real challenge for a service change of this magnitude, because we simply would not have the time to make those schedule adjustments. We're not simply making schedule adjustments to existing routes. We're building entirely new routes, and we know that those schedules will be not exactly right when we first roll them out. Okay, so just want to briefly touch on some of the other components. So looking at this is some of the data that we looked at. Can you still hear me? I'm getting some error messages.
Everybody's having tech problems late at night. I think we have Justin back on another device.
I am back. I'm sorry about that. My internet connection just completely dropped, so I don't know what's going on.
If only we were all in the same room together. So Mike filled in for you on the point about the scheduling, and then was going to go on to this slide, but didn't get farther than that.
Sure. Yeah. So this slide is just another illustration of, these are the types of things that have been in the reports all along the process, showing us, where different demographic groups live and how things are impacted, densities, things like that. So this was really just a representative sample to show you that those are that they've been in the plan all along. And I apologize, I'm on my phone now, so it's hard to see it. There you go. Yeah, so again, this is just a map showing, each individual dot is a number of 5 people of color. And you can see how it shows that this map is disaggregated. Again, the commenter, there was a robust discussion last night at Policy and Planning Board around, are we looking just at people of color in general or specific groups? And this map is showing that, again, we have been looking at this all along and disaggregating that data to make sure that we are looking at things in different ways. But for our federal requirements, we're not allowed to pick and choose which demographic groups are most important. And so I just want to emphasize that we will analyze the data separately for each racial group. But there are some limitations on, that we can't make decisions on which ones are important and which ones are not.
And just let me pause you, Justin. I want to remind everyone that these maps are all available in Legistar and also on the My Metro Bus website. They appear a little blurry to us in the presentation. So if you wanted to zoom in on them or study them in more detail and more clarity, I'd actually probably your best bet is to go to the My Metro Bus website, and you can pull these specific maps and many more out of the reports.
Thank you, Mayor. I might go to the next one. So the last, I'll talk about the process, but the last thing I wanted to mention, just from what I heard in the comments, was around travel time. And, I think there was an indication in some of the comments that any service is good enough for those who depend on transit. And I want to push back on that a little bit, in that quality service, I think, is even more important for those who are working two jobs and trying to get their kid to daycare. And that, a trip that takes them an hour and a half when they also have to work two jobs and get their kids to daycare, it's extremely burdensome. And so improving the quality of service, including the frequency and the time of travel, is not just about trying to entice new riders onto the system. It's about trying to improve the lives of the people who currently rely on the system. And so I think that's a big thing for me. And I think I just needed to say it. But anyway, last thing is just, again, to go through the process here. So what we're asking for you to do is approve a planning document that it was, as was amended by the Policy and Planning Board. We will then go into a full equity analysis of that revised document and do the schedules and bus stops and bring that back to Transportation Commission and Council in the fall for final adoption and approval before we can implement anything, but with the goal of implementing in June of 2023. So again, there will be another touch point here. There will be another chance for you all to vote to ensure that you trust the equity analysis and those details. But we, at this point, there's so many different amendments floating out there that we don't really know, we can't analyze them until we've gotten some direction from you. So, and that's it. That's all for us. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Justin, and all the staff. Questions now for staff? Alder Furman.
Mayor, if it's okay, I want to make a correction at this point based on that presentation, and apologize to my colleagues. In the interest of trying to give everybody as much information as possible, I listed all the amendments that the Transportation Policy Planning Board approved in the motion, even though that was not necessary. But if I'm going to do that, I should actually be correct about it. So I did want to note, as staff presentation pointed out, 31 was also passed, and if Vice President Curry is okay, I'd like to modify my motion and just include 31. Let folks know that the Legistar item, as well as the information that Justin shared with alders earlier today, early this morning, did include 31. And so that information was there. And I apologize for not including that in the laundry list, trying to not just say, move approval of amended plan, but actually try to give people as much information as possible. So long story short, 31 should be included in that. And I assume Vice President Curry has no issue with amending that. Thumbs up. And I just wanted to apologize for that. So thanks.
Thank you, President Furman. And it's a good opportunity for me to remind us that it requires the consent of the body as well. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, Alder, so just it will come up at some point. There's no such thing as a friendly amendment, right? The body, the entire body must consent to an amendment. Alder Paulson, questions for staff?
Yes, and this may be a question for the mayor, but I was wondering if you could go through a little bit of the legislative history of how we got to this plan. And the specific question I'm going to ask is this the first time the council has looked at this? Because Justin made a comment about taking on the policy question of coverage versus ridership. And is that policy decision, is that the first time that question is before the council?
That's a good question, Alder, and I may lean on Justin or Tom or Mike, but I believe it's the first time that the council has directly voted on or will be directly voting on that question. This process has been before the council. The council had to approve the contract, and I believe there's a couple other touch points that the council has had to sort of agree to move the process forward. But I don't think the council has directly voted on the question of ridership versus coverage, but I'm happy for Justin, who appears to be back at a computer, to correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you are correct. The Policy and Planning Board did vote on ridership coverage direction, but the full council did not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Abbas, questions for staff?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Let me turn on my camera as well. Yeah. Two questions, Justin. I agree with you. Just telling staff to refer for sake of refer doesn't make sense. There should be clear direction. So let me ask you a question on that refer question. So we saw last night Transportation Policy Board approved several recommendations and did not approve some other recommendation. Let's pick an example of Amendment 9, which is L, which is, I appreciate staff finding some sort of solution with a tight budget and try to engage community and come across this amendment as a possible solution. However, as a representative of that district and what I am hearing from people and talk to them, there is a lot of concerns with the timing. If this is referred, would it be a good possibility to connect and collect more information and do some analysis around those controversial, or it depends. For some, it could be controversial, for some not. So my question to you is this: don't you think it's a good opportunity to go back and collect information, because this is a lifelong impact on people's life?
So I guess I'll address the last piece first. We make changes every year, and there is opportunities for tweaks to continue to be made, for every year going into the future. And so, I view this particular route, and last night with some of the frequency concerns was, we hadn't really heard those concerns until last night. But I just want to emphasize that there are opportunities to make changes going forward, including to supplement service. If budget is found at points in the future, and council votes that they want to deploy those resources to improve the frequency of any particular route, they are certainly able to do that. And so I think in reality, I don't think that going back to the drawing board there is going to solve many things. The reality is that that the Route L is serving an important purpose for coverage and connecting people, but it is not going to be a high ridership route. We know that based on the boarding activities of the areas along it already. And so I think it's very difficult to justify spending another $1 million to supplement the frequency of it. So I don't see a benefit to going back to the drawing board, but I do see benefits to continuing to look at it in the future, and looking for opportunities to improve it.
So what I'm hearing from you is this: you're saying it's not a beneficial to collect public input on the proposed amendment, but you're saying that in future, if the alder of the district, perhaps me and Alder Madison or whoever will be the future alders there, they should work with you, and if there's money available, could be a possibility. But at this stage, you don't think so we should collect public input on Amendment 9 and go back and get people buy-in, because that's their life, that's route they're going to use.
Yeah, I think, to be clear, this route is purely the result of public input. Mm-hmm. This route didn't exist in the draft plan. Mm-hmm. We did lots of outreach, including with you and with Alder Madison, where we heard very clear that the priority was a connection to Pick and Save and service north of Northport. And, as you know, you and I had conversation, an early version of this, where, one of your requests was to connect it into the Route A, the BRT line, and we were able to do that as well. And so I think I really view this route as a poster child for us listening and responding to people's public input and concern.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think so there are some improvement from the first design. I think so. I was devastated myself, and I wrote really strong blog posted on that. And I appreciate you working with me and resident and putting, some sort of solution. Again, in my comments, I will go what I'm hearing from people and how I feel about that route. So I don't want to discuss that here. But second question to you is about, so as this proposed planning map, so this is basically a planning map or direction, if council approved today, to give you guys a direction to move forward, correct? And with that direction, if we want to change few things, again, last night, transportation approved the meeting, and today's common council's not a lot of time to really, work on some solution with staff. It's just less than 18 hours time between it, or work with community. So it's kind of like, I feel a little stressed to, make a vote at the scene and feel a little stressed to do as soon as possible. So my question to you is, if amendment is proposed to increase the, route to, instead of 75-minute, because 2 buses are running right now, run 4 buses and make it more 30 to 45-minute, what will be the implementation?
So are you saying if you were to try to make that amendment here in this meeting?
Yep.
So, I think ultimately it's up to your colleagues as to whether or not to entertain that. I think we tried very hard to, as you know, we reached out to all of the alders to try to get their amendments in writing so that we could analyze them in advance. And so it certainly would not be our preference to try to make these amendments from the floor, because they are very difficult to analyze and to really understand what the implications are. I'm worried that we might be missing some unforeseen consequences by just trying to tape it together on the floor, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like it's a catch-21. Cannot refer, cannot make amendment. That's what I'm hearing. Just do it the way it is.
Although you had ample opportunity to request amendments, and I know that you requested several.
Madam Mayor, I can speak to that when comments will come about that amendment portion. I appreciate for interruption. Just one last question is about next steps if the council decide to move forward with this, proposed map as it is approved by Transportation Planning Board. What will be the next steps regarding some of those routes where there are major equity issues or people concerns, how those could be addressed? Or how could we make sure they get addressed?
So our next steps would be to do that detailed equity analysis, to do the detailed scheduling, to do the bus stop location work. And again, if that equity analysis shows any adverse impacts, disproportionate impacts, then we would make suggested revisions to the plan and bring it back to you. If it doesn't, then we would bring to you the package of implementation details, including bus stops and schedules, to give us the green light to go ahead and implement.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and the equity analysis, during your question and comments, you mentioned you're looking forward direction from the council on equity analysis. So do we need to mention where we want, or staff is going to do on all those routes equity analysis? Or as an example, L.
The analysis is on the plan as a whole. And that there is a federal process for that. It's not really up to us how to do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Havelston, questions for staff?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Question for Justin.
Go ahead.
So Justin, you had mentioned, well, we've actually heard from several constituents and registrants over several meetings about the equity analysis, when it was going to be completed, why there wasn't one done. You had mentioned in your presentation that there was an equity analysis completed all throughout the entire process. Can you explain how?
Sorry, you say, can I explain how?
You said there was an equity analysis completed all throughout the entire process so far. Can you explain how?
Yeah, so as Mike mentioned, there's 3 previous steps in this planning process that have been going on for about 2 years now. The first step was an existing conditions report that really looked at all the demographics and ridership characteristics of the entire city. That was one of those last slides we just showed that looked at where the different demographic groups are predominantly located throughout the city. And so that, again, there was no changes at that point to analyze, but it was very much framed around an equity lens. The next phase was the choices, the ridership versus coverage discussion. Again, if you look at that report in detail, it talks at length about the impacts and benefits, both to the city as a whole and to low-income people and to people of color. That is an equity analysis looking at that to ensure that there's not a disproportionate impact. And then again, for the draft plan that we put out in January, went through all of that in great detail. So if you remember the maps that look specifically at the number of jobs that can be accessed within 45 minutes and how that changes for the city as a whole versus low-income people versus people of color. All of that is equity analysis. It's looking at to ensure that the impacts and benefits are not disproportionately falling to any one particular demographic group. So, again, in the FTA's world and in the way that federal equity analysis works is that just because some individuals are being impacted, it doesn't necessarily mean that their demographic group as a whole is being impacted more than the city as a whole. And so we really need to look at citywide impacts and ensuring that the total number of people or the total percentage of people is being impacted in the same way, positively or negatively as compared to the rest of the city.
Okay, and so part of that process was their engagement with some of the organizations that represent disadvantaged groups, maybe NAACP or organizations like that, where they engaged and pulled into the planning stages of these projects, the term of this project.
Yeah, I mean, so again, the equity analysis is a data analysis tool that looks specifically at, how different areas and different populations are being impacted or benefited. It's not a qualitative, study. It's a quantitative one. The outreach, however, was very much targeted at lots of different groups. I can't say that, I don't know that NAACP on their own was pulled into that. But certainly we made strong efforts to make contact with lots of different groups and the public as a whole. So yes, I mean, I think that we have made a strong effort to bring in a lot of those groups, but I can't say that all of them have engaged.
Okay, another question would be, how do you anticipate paratransit being impacted by this plan, if at all?
So certainly nobody will lose out on paratransit. We will be expanding paratransit slightly. Some of the areas that have been peak hour only would have some paratransit extended into them that are now would now be operating all day. And so, there will be a somewhat of an increase in paratransit budget. Want to emphasize to you, and that's, we've accounted for that in our planning. Paratransit is a zero denial service. So it is not a situation where if, it's a requirement of the ADA that if the demand increases, our budget increases. And it's not a situation where we can just start denying rides because we don't have the budget or the staff to do it. We have a federal obligation to provide that service and to make it a zero denial service. So we do anticipate some increase in that budget, both because of the expanded service area and the, again, some folks that may have a walk that is now too long for them or a roll that's too long for them. But we have accounted for that in our budgeting.
And with paratransit being one of the most expensive options that we have, would it be fair to say that it would be in our best interest that our plan would attempt to reduce the need of paratransit as much as possible versus expand?
I think not necessarily. Within reason, certainly we want to take measures to reduce those costs. But in lower density neighborhoods, it's often more expensive, or it's often more expensive for us to run a fixed route bus through there than to provide supplemental paratransit service there. It's a case by case basis.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole. Questions for staff?
Thank you, Mayor. Justin, you answered partially one of my questions here, so I just would appreciate if you can elaborate on regards of the existing procedures that Metro uses to determine the effectiveness of current routes, like what goes into that decision making, how often the routes are revised, and how do you communicate those changes to the public if there are changes?
Sure, and Mike, feel free to chime in if you want to add anything. But so historically, and obviously the last 2 years have been a bit of an aberration, but historically, we make changes every August, and so those changes can vary in scope from shifting a trip by 5 minutes to actually rerouting a route around the block. But we kind of save those all up and implement them every August. The process for that is, any of those changes need to go through a transportation commission, and they also go through a public hearing process. And so we go through, we compile all of those very early in the year. We do an outreach process, and then a public hearing in the spring, and ultimately bring that to the transportation commission to approve. And so that is not a process that is done in the dark, and is done. There's a very public component to it.
Thank you. Also, do you have any plans as part of this rollout to use any real-time data tools to collect information from riders as they ride the bus, for example?
So we are in the process of hopefully signing a contract for a new technology vendor here in the next, hopefully, few weeks that the council approved a few months ago. That will enable us to have much more robust data sets and much more robust access to people and information. Both for those who have smartphones, obviously we'll be able to provide them some more data and some more opportunities to give us feedback. But also just give us much more accurate data around where people are both getting onto and off of the bus. Right now all of our data is from the fare box, so we only know when people get on. But this new data equipment will allow us to track where people are getting off as well, and so we'll be able to much better track, that movement.
And this question, thank you, Justin. And this, my last question here is really targeting the concerns with outreach for communities that need interpretation. Can you please elaborate on what tools are at your disposal to manage the support for these communities when you are doing outreach?
So specifically for outreach on a planning process like this, we've the Southdale neighborhood has we've had to bring in some new tools, especially in the world of Zoom. Right, some of our options were more limited, and so we've had to get creative with interpretations and the call-in lines that we had last night to make sure that folks have that information. But yeah, the city does have robust translation services that we have access to, and so we constantly, or we certainly will, we put that to use. We also have a Metro text line that we have. I can't remember the number, but it's several thousand people that are on our text alert system. We have that alert system both in English and Spanish, and our riders can subscribe to that and get a blast. And we send those out when various things are happening, such as the public hearing last week. We sent one out to everyone both in English and in Spanish to ensure that they're getting access to that.
I can just add. Sorry, if I could just add to that quickly. We usually we don't have translation services at our meeting unless we have some indication that they'll be needed, but we do translate many of our materials on the website into Spanish, including the surveys that we did. We had those in Spanish, and we also do text. We take measures to make sure that people who have visual impairments have access to the material as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions for staff?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple questions. Justin or Mike, at the beginning of your presentation, you said your budget was $65 million, and the additional cost with those amendments that we just went through was 1.1 million. Am I correct on that?
The total net cost of the amendments that were recommended by TPPP last night was just right at about $1 million. It's like 1.04.
Okay. More of $1 million. Okay, great. And then your soft launch would be the fall of 2023 or the fall of 2022?
So we would not make any changes this fall. The plan is to launch the system in June of 2023. Take a couple weeks to a month to evaluate how the buses are running. These will all be new routes, and so the times, the run times, and the schedules are all our best guess. But until we see them in operation, it's going to be hard to get them right, perfect. And so take a few weeks to a month to.
I think he froze on us again.
Oh, that's too bad.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where you left off, but the goal is to implement the new system in June of 2023. So that's about 1 year from now. And so that gives us 2 months or so until that normal August. Normally our August service change is specifically 2 weeks before the school semester starts, because that's when our just based on the demand. So that gives us that 2 months to make a couple months to make those last minute schedule changes.
Okay, and my next question is, if this item passes tonight, what's the next step? Is there more outreach? Go ahead. What's the next step?
Yeah, so the next step is the Title VI analysis, and so we will we'll had to straight into that. As far as outreach goes, we will have a very extensive outreach process so that people understand that these changes are coming. As I'm sure you've seen, this project has been in the newspaper several times, but we want to make sure that people know this is coming. As we have some of the other materials like the schedules and bus stop changes, there will be some outreach as far as that goes, but it'll be more about those details of implementation. We'll have people out at the transfer points in downtown and things like that, trying to touch base with as many people as possible so that we can really get the word out and make sure that people know how to use the new system. We'll also be doing some travel training and some other more personal interactions with people who need to know very specifically how to ride the bus. And so those will be some of the things that we'll be doing besides the technical work over the next year.
And would that also include coming to Alders community meetings as part of your outreach, or no?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. The last thing I wanted to touch on, and the reason why I asked you about outreach is because there are areas that I think, at least in my district, that I felt that really didn't get a chance to, I don't know, I don't want to say join in the community discussions, but I don't think they got a chance to really represent what their concerns were. They were being overshadowed by other organizations and their concerns. So I do want to really look at continuing that conversation with those areas. But the other question I have for you, because where's Mayor? I don't see you anywhere. I hope you're still here.
I'm here, Alder.
Oh, there you are in the corner. Good. So we are still in questions for staff. Am I correct?
Yes, Alder, you sure are.
I almost went down another road and you would have stopped me.
I was getting ready to, Alder.
I know you were. My last question is about the service industry and those late hours, like the 3 to 12 shift, maybe even the night shift, but specifically the 3 to 12 shift. And that slide you showed us really didn't look like we had any bus service at midnight, let's say. Am I correct on that?
So what we call this in the industry is the span. In other words, when do we start and when do we end service? Our current service span on weekdays is from about 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning until roughly midnight. There are some campus routes that go later than that. But generally it's about 5:30 or 6 to midnight on weekdays. And then on weekends, it's a little bit constrained. It's about an hour less on each side. So maybe 6:30 to 11 or so. That is not planned to change with this plan. That span is intended to stay about the same. Any increase in span would of course come with a cost increase. One thing that we are doing, as Tom alluded to in one of his first slides, is improving significantly the service levels off peak. So to some of those service industry jobs that do not, essentially people who don't take the bus downtown at 8 o'clock and come back at 5 p.m. essentially. So people who take the bus off peak, middays, and particularly weekends, we'll see a significantly improved system.
Okay. And then when you talk about expanding, this is my absolute last question, Mayor. When you talk about expanding paratransit, is that expanding it to outlying areas, or is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so the two increases, the two areas that we're primarily talking about is the east side. So east of the interstate near between like Milwaukee Street and Cottage Grove Road. That is an area that is quickly developing, particularly Milwaukee Street with a lot of affordable housing being built there. So because that area will now have, with this plan, it would have all-day service. It would also come with the paratransit service that comes with that. The other area is the far southwest side, again, a rapidly developing and intensifying area that has never had all-day service south of the all-day service didn't even quite make it to McKee Road. And we're talking west of Stoughton Road in that general area. So that area south of McKee Road, west of Verona Road, will now have all-day service and the paratransit service that comes with it. Those are the two major areas.
I have one more question, but I'm going to hold off, and I might talk to you offline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Curry. Questions?
Yes, thank you. And thank you to Alder Carter. I had a similar question about outreach going forward. And this may be putting you on the spot, but because we've heard a lot about specific neighborhoods, areas where there may be a higher population of those who rely solely on public transportation for their transportation needs. Has there been any thought or even conversations with some of the groups or organizations that have hosted meetings or been in collaboration on partnering with the city? I think acknowledging within disenfranchised and marginalized communities, there's naturally a distrust with large systems and government in particular. So going forward with outreach, has there been any consideration to partner with, let's say, NAACP, a meeting led by them where you all are guests, maybe a stop-by-stop map analysis? I guess I'm asking more like concretely, what lessons have been learned about maybe areas of gap in feedback during this process could be considered going forward if this plan is approved?
Yeah, and I'm back. I think I've discovered my problems with the docking station, so I've disconnected. Thank you for that, Alder Curry. I think certainly we have had lessons learned. One of those is leveraging existing groups to a bigger extent to make sure that we're connecting into their networks. And so, yes, I think that is definitely a plan of ours. The other is to be more proactive with our regional city partners, like the Southdale area, to make sure that we aren't just relying on them to cover the gaps, that we make sure that the gaps are being covered with their coordination, of course. But I think those, and then as Mike mentioned already, once we have detailed schedules and we can actually tell people this is how you use the system, this is how you get from point A to point B to where you need to go, and this is the time that you do it, that will be a big effort and a big important thing for us to be out at transfer points and on the bus and actually walking people through all of those. And so I think those are the three main lessons learned and things that we will definitely incorporate into the next round.
Thank you. I put my hand back up because I realized I had a follow-up question. Knowing just how difficult, like within our districts, to get notification to folks is challenging, considering a whole city and also surrounding municipalities and attachment. Oh my gosh, don't let me forget this question. How can groups support, maybe some of the groups that still feel kind of outside or excluded, or voices of those that they represent or support aren't being heard? How can they support or get in touch with you to have these meetings instead of maybe waiting to be approached or feeling the need to organize within themselves in response to feeling left out?
Yeah, I think, certainly they're able to call or email us, any of us. I hope you all have found that while we aren't infallible, we are responsive, and we certainly want to be responsive to those things. And certainly when organizations offer to help spread the word and get that message out, we will be more than happy to facilitate that and make sure that we're using that outreach activity to make the plan better.
Thank you, Alder Miante.
Yeah, Justin, just want to thank you for all the work that it's a lot of work that you guys put in here. But I just had a few questions. Like one of them was, I heard you just say about the UW, they actually have longer hours. Is that something that the UW is paying for, or are they helping the city as far as paying for this after hours? Or
the 80 series routes are funded by the UW. We essentially act as their contractor. And so we certainly coordinate on the routes and the times, but ultimately it's their decision because they're paying the bill.
Okay. I guess another question too is that does transportation have its own civil rights or equity team that works with you guys when you guys are doing the mapping of the routes?
So, I'll certainly let Tom chime in if he's wants to, but we have a department equity team. It's not it's a subset of, half a dozen folks in the organization who, make that a focus, but it's not exclusively their job.
Oh, okay. So when you guys came out with the routes, how does I'm just trying to understand the process here. You guys take the routes and give it to them to make sure that this is done in an equitable way throughout the city, or how does that work?
So, a big part of the planning profession, and you heard Heather talk about it, and Mike, if you want to chime in too, is around the planning process is designed to make sure that equity is a core of that. And so planners who either by education or on the job training, certainly that is a big core tenet of their job, is to do that work to ensure that what they're doing is being done equitably. And so I would say, we as planning staff, or our planning staff certainly has that skill set. And I say we because I came up that tree at other agencies. But it's a core tenet of what planners do.
Okay.
I think Tom wants to respond to that as well.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to say it's actually a multi-division team. For instance, the onboard survey, which provides a lot of demographic data of people that are actually riding the bus, is performed by the Greater Madison NPO with our help. But that provides us like real life data on who are the people on the bus and where are they going. And then, we work with, planning, transportation, and even Metro. We all have our data sets. We're trying to make them better. We just got a new census, so we have good data now. We have more current data. So it's run through. The data analysis that Justin, Mike, and then also Mersacho referenced, those were performed by our consultants, using the most recent data sets that's available so that we can understand where our communities, color, our low-income communities, our protected communities, this and how our routes are currently affecting.
Right. And I think Justin, you were saying something about this is right around your alley, or this is something that you the BRT that you've been doing for a while from other cities, or is this just out of curiosity, the experience?
Yeah, my previous roles were in planning and capital projects work. So these are projects that I have worked on it in various capacities in multiple agencies.
Okay, so I guess I wanted to ask, and have you ever seen it where they've actually from your experience, separating the BRT and the redesign? Is it generally something that a lot of cities do? Because as I look into it, a lot of cities don't separate the two, transit redesign and the BRT? Why is it something that we did?
I've never, it's really not possible to consider them the same thing. A BRT is an upgrade of a single route. A network redesign is redesigning all of the routes. And so BRT is really an infrastructure project, whereas a network redesign is a planning project to look at the entire system as a whole. So, that's where they're, I think, fundamentally different. I think you'll find that many agencies, just like we're doing, are doing them around the same time, just because it's pretty, there's a lot of efficiencies and benefits that you can unlock by kind of getting the benefits of both. But they are fundamentally two separate things.
Just add, I don't have as much experience as Justin. Justin has some experience in Indianapolis. I have some experience in Seattle. We had a pretty similar process there. We were expanding light rail and also building out a BRT network. And so similarly, there were these multi-year planning processes to plan the BRT system and the light rail system. But usually there was a network redesign that kind of happened separately from that to take advantage and react to those major changes.
Okay, I guess my last question for Justin is that the research there that Indianapolis, that they end up not implementing the BRT. Can you explain why they didn't?
The BRT project isn't before us tonight, so it's not really the topic of conversation. You feel free to connect with Justin offline. I'm sure he'd be happy to tell you as much as he knows about Minneapolis.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff? Not seeing any. So the motion is to adopt with the amendments passed by TPPB. Is there discussion? Alder Bass. Alder, we can't hear you. You're muted.
All right, thank you. I said thanks to the Metro staff, and it's a very lengthy process, came to an initial end or first phase where we in direction to the Metro staff about the next process. So thank you for all the work. Mike, especially to you. You've been through a lot of I will say, meetings and discussion, and you express great patience and always smile on your face. So I really appreciate you, and I appreciate all Metro staff. So thank you. So now I just want to give a couple of thoughts here. For me as an alder, I just don't want to make amendment for sake of amendment. Just want to first talk about amendment. I want to do amendment after understanding the impact of that amendment on my district, also getting a buy-in from my constituent and see how they're feeling. I commend my constituent, Alder Mayadzi constituent, Northside resident. When first design came, there was a known network service for pick and save, and basically it was food desert leaving the north side. I hate to say that word, but more like an island. But people stood up, they fought, and their voices got heard. And we have at least a substitute, which is not perfect. I still think so 75 minutes and 60 to 75 minutes is absolutely inappropriate. Any alder, 20 of them, if your constituent, and especially those constituent who are disconnected, low income, people of color, you will not want that for your district either. Unless one of you want to volunteer and give some of the resources on North side, I will happy to take that. But just sake of thought. So I really commend my constituent and Northside resident for really fighting hard for that. Second thing is this 60 to 75 minute in Wisconsin weather, basically discouraging people to use that route. Only those people can use who can do very well planning. When the bus is gonna come, when I'm gonna connect to Woodman's, and then I'm gonna really keep the eye on the clock when the bus will come. I think that during the public comment, somebody mentioned about a theory about living in a compound and the door open and door close, and you miss an opportunity. And just when I think about all those stuff, I don't feel a real equity in that particular design. And I will not be surprised if equity analysis came and suggest more services there. There are also some high points, and I appreciate Metro staff working on various things. In my district, I talked to them and they accommodated those things. So really appreciate of that. But this particular N1 is, I feel more like an injustice to the people living on the north side. And in any good intention, I cannot vote for a plan which really cut these people off from their right of transportation. And it's not only giving a one bus, a quality ride, because these people, just for FYI, these people used to get that route 17 for every 30 minutes. So they are not even getting the same time. They are getting double the time. They're getting 60 by even 75 minutes. And knowing the temperature of this council, which I checked yesterday at the commission, any amendment I propose here, I am sure it's not going to fly. I just don't want to waste everybody's time here. Also, refer is not going to fly, so I don't want to waste that time. So I will cut the chase, and I will say that there are some high points, and it's not perfect, and especially on the north side. I do think so. There's a big injustice, and I cannot really support network redesign or any plan until I see community buy-in, especially a reasonable. I know I'm not saying running 15-minute bus there, but at least having a reasonable accommodation is extremely important for that community. And I don't want to leave that community in an island. And this is not about me. This is about these people living on the north side. Alders come and go. Mayor come and go. Even staff comes and go. These people and future residents, as we're proposing a lot of affordable housing there. FYI, you're going to see more 550 unit project, which is not in front of us. Affordable housing, which I'm very supportive, will come. So there's a lot of affordable housing, homeless shelter is there. And remind you all that I'll also touch with homeless shelter in 75-minute ride. How could I support something to disadvantaged community and tell them, hey, that's what the service we are willing to give you, 75-minute. And also tiny homes too. So I can speak more, but I don't want to take more time. I will not support network redesign as it is, but I acknowledge there are some high points as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Curry.
Thank you, Mayor. I really hope to not belabor this, but there's a couple of points that I definitely wanted to just share in transparency as I was coming to a decision about this, as well as some challenges. Again, I know a couple meetings ago when we were voting on the land sale for the landfill, making comments about community engagement being on us as alders as well as it is on city staff. And supporting each other because it is a partnership. And obviously we serve a large community that has intersectional needs. We have attachments coming. And so some grace on that behalf and what we can do to help. Some of the dynamics that have been challenging for me or conflicting is I have the privilege of not needing to think about the bus or rely on it and using it as a luxury of gas prices are really high right now. I can take the bus. And I honestly feel very inadequate voting on something that does not significantly impact my life as much as those we've heard from in public comment, as well as those who support or provide services to populations most heavily impacted. And so another thing is equity. We know that equity is at the forefront of the city and we try to apply it everywhere. But I think in this instance, we have conflicting definitions or thoughts of what terms mean. Engagement could be one, equity is another, but it disappoints me that this was presented as a piece to link equity in the way that I think about equity as a Black woman living in Madison, serving folks who come from populations where they don't have homes or they're very low on the poverty level and don't always have the means, don't have the energy. And honestly, when we get to systems like this, a lot of folks feel damned if I do, damned if I don't. So why? So that was kind of the direction of the questions that I was asking about outreach, because I think the biggest message and theme to me is that this isn't signed, sealed, and delivered. And our responsibility as a body of alders is not only to represent our districts, but to represent the city, but to also support where we see gaps. And I also feel inadequate because I'm not a transit expert, but what can I do? Jump on the bus and get an experience, ride these routes that we're hearing public comments about, as well as be engaged when staff are in the planning or kind of mock stage before final implementation. We all can do that. I know it's difficult capacity-wise to dig into such a deep and complex and profound impact on our communities. But I do want to thank the staff for all of their work, all of their efforts to engage, and also want to call on all of us who are passionate about this issue to not just make assumptions and speak for those who we think will be disenfranchised or left behind or left out, but position ourselves in a space where we can actually hear that directly from folks. And I can acknowledge that I haven't. I've relied on public comment, but I've also relied on data that staff has provided me, and this is not my lived experience. So for those of you who are talking about equity and the rollout and engagement, again, imploring that we don't do very well with engagement, but what can we do to support, knowing that this has been such a controversial topic that we've heard a lot of opposition, but also support for, and moving towards that. So some of those suggestions could be having very concentrated meetings where when we do get Transportation Commission's direction of where stops and schedules will be, of inserting ourselves there and trying to put ourselves in the situation as much of those who will be utilizing those routes or utilizing public transportation. So it's a conflicted vote for me, but I know that we need to start somewhere. And I know that we have not done a network redesign since 1998. I remember I was riding the J bus on the east side of Madison. So we desperately need a redesign, but we need to start somewhere. So if there are solutions that are possible, that are missing, I implore you to ask, to offer those up. It's not fair to expect that our staff to think of every situation, scenario, individual need. And that's why we have BCCs. So I will be voting in support for us to get a start and really look towards a robust gathering of feedback and input, and also us as alders inserting ourselves in those plans so we're making informed decisions about something we have observed or experienced ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I also had several meetings, so I want to thank Mike for coming to all of them. So thank you for that. And also, I want to say Mitch. I hope that's his name.
Mick.
Because he, excuse me?
Mick.
Oh, Mick. He came to several of my meetings too, so I do appreciate it. But I do have more questions. And because I have more questions, I won't be supporting this. But I know that because I'm not supporting this, it's not going to derail this. And I'm confident with that. But I have more questions, and Mike and Mitch, I feel sorry for you because I'll be calling you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I'm sure they look forward to your call. Alder Bennett?
Yes, I'm not trying to belabor this as well, but Vice President Curry comments were beautiful and elegant as always. And it really compelled me, I guess, in my vote. Right now, I use the bus semi-regularly. I kind of hate it because it takes so long to get anywhere I need to be. But more importantly, after my dad's car broke down, he has been relying on the bus system since earlier this year to get around. My dad has congestive heart failure, and it really breaks my heart to watch him pant, get out of breath, just walking a couple blocks to the bus stop every day, and have to wait on the bus 45 minutes to get to work his butt off every day. And I just want to say that I share that I can sympathize with the folks that are coming into this meeting today, where you probably have similar experiences, especially if you're on the north side and have to walk 10 minutes to get to the bus. So sorry, I'm trying not to cry. I just want to say that I feel for you, and it made me conflicted because our outreach system was not perfect. There were definitely people that were left out of this process, and I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge that staff did what they could with what they had, but it needs to be better. My vote right now is the fact that I don't believe that at this moment of time, a delay or anything of the sort will significantly change our bus routes. But I feel compelled to uplift what Alder Curry said, that in the time from now until 2023, when we want to roll this out, we better be reaching out to these areas, especially those that are most impacted by the bus system, especially those that are disabled, that are low-income people, that are people of color, students in general, to make sure that this network redesign is everything that it can and should be. So that's where I stand right now. And I want to thank everyone that came in and is passionate about this and want to talk about it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers? Alder, you're muted if you're speaking. We may have lost Alder Evers. Alder Foster. Let's see if we can get Alder Evers back. And in the meantime, Alder Foster.
Yeah, I'll do a little filibuster for him to get reconnected. No, just real briefly, I really appreciate hearing from everybody tonight, both members of the public, from staff, from my colleagues here. I think I'm in a little bit of a different position than a lot of folks, mostly because I am a member of TPPB, have been really involved in issues of transit and transportation for many, many years. And I think my confidence maybe is a lot higher than some of my colleagues here around what we're looking at. And I just want to share it with you. Not that it will convince you one or the other, but I am just really, truly impressed by the work that has happened around this. Definitely acknowledge limitations around public engagement. I think that's one of the reasons we approved the new position in our office, to really help make some ground there. We're going to have to do it that way. We're never going to be able to get contractors to do public engagement for us on projects like this. We're always going to have similar results if we rely on that. But the actual work behind this network redesign, the actual proposal that we're about to vote on, is really, really, really good. And it really has the opportunity to improve access and transit service for so many people in Madison. I know staff is excited about it. They really know this system. We brought in the best national experts to help with this redesign, but our local staff, we have people that have been working on Madison Metro for decades and really understand, have heard every year from Metro riders what's working, what's not working, have gone through iterations and changes every single year. And so the amount of knowledge and thought and care that was brought into this process by our staff, by our Transportation Policy and Planning Board, the amount of public comment that was received, still questions up in the air. As soon as we roll this out, we'll find something else out. We're going to need to make some tweaks on it. We're going to continue to improve year after year. But this is a really, really good proposal in front of us. And I think it really has the potential to drastically improve transit access for folks that rely on it and for those choice riders, really for everybody across the city. So I'm very enthusiastic with my support for this, and just want folks to feel a little bit rest assured that this is a really solid plan that we're voting on tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I don't think we have Alder Evers back yet. And I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So the motion is to adopt. You know what? I'm going to ask that we stand informal for a minute. It appears that everyone is having connection problems. We've lost Alder Evers. It looks like we've lost Alder Vitiver, who is going to try and rejoin on her phone. We had Mr. Stuenberg in and out. The gremlins are after us tonight. So we'll just stand informal a minute while we see if we can get our colleagues back. Alder Harrington McKinney, did you want to be recognized?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to speak because I ditto with everything that's been said. I know the enormous amount of work that has gone into this network redesign by staff, and also the excellent contribution of Jared and Associates. And my conflict is that, and I don't want to repeat everything that everyone has said, but I absolutely know that we have to have a redesign, because all of the wrong things about our transit system that they outline is absolutely what I've heard and what I've seen. So I acknowledge that. My challenge is that I also hear the voice. I think I've ridden the bus 5 times since I've been in Madison, but I also hear the voices of individuals that came before us and said that their voices were not heard. And those are the voices that linger for me, and those are the voices that I hear. And what my ask, and I think it has also been asked, is that with all of the robust public engagement, we have really missed the voices of those who are most intimately impacted. And so we do need to revise how we ask those questions, and we have some responsibility to do that. And so I know that I'm rambling and I don't want to, but I know that this will probably pass. But in terms of what's missing for me is that I want to say that it's not perfect. I understand that, but it can be the best system that it can be. And what people were saying is that allow us to have some input on what's been presented. And so I will not be supporting this, but I do acknowledge and thank you very much for the in-depth discussions that I've heard, but I will not be supporting it as presented tonight.
Thank you, Alder Miadze.
Well, I guess being the alder on the north side, I've always, Madam Mayor, I have asked you to put me on Transportation Commission for a reason, because I knew that transportation was such a huge problem on the north side. 15-minute ride takes over an hour to get downtown. So in light of everything I've seen, I asked for a BRT meeting as soon as I was elected. So this was something I definitely wanted to champion, definitely wanted to make sure that the residents, especially of the north side, had fair treatment in order to have a bus system that was equitable to everybody. So hearing every few people say that they're not in support of this, I understand exactly where they're coming from, because of a racial analysis study has not been done. So I wanted to propose to see if we can, everybody knows the amendment so far. I want to see if there's any way that to propose that we take a vote on the next Common Council meeting to postpone it for just 2 weeks. And the reason why I asked that is basically the NAACP that I've served on as a community coordinator. Outreach is so huge as far as making sure everybody's voice is heard. So I think it's important. What is 2 weeks? 2 weeks is nothing, but I think the whole of Madison has awoken to where people want to voice their opinion about the services. There's too many little glitches in what we're asking that I believe that can be addressed. When we rolled this out, we heard about meeting people at their front door in order to pick the marginalized community up, faster service. The only thing I'm seeing right now is a corridor downtown, East Washington University having 15-minute service, which for our city, this is we can do better. From what I'm hearing, a 10-minute walk, everybody rushes to get in their car to go to work. A 10-minute, I'll be there in 10 minutes, people say. Now people are going to be waiting 10 minutes to walk to it, to catch the bus. That is, we can do better than that. People waiting at a grocery store for an hour for the next bus. When do we ever go to a grocery store and say, you know what, I'm going to plan going to the grocery store because I have to run out in 15 minutes to get through the line and catch the bus. We can do better. Even 16C, when I looked at that map, there's a part of that map that actually has people in an undeveloped place waiting for the bus. Can you imagine being a woman, single mother with their kids, trying to wait for the bus in an undeveloped parking lot or a place? I think we can definitely do better. We've heard from a lot of people that a lot of amendments have been submitted at the last minute. What's 2 weeks to make sure that now that Madison, we have done a lot of engagement to where a lot of people have awoken to make sure that this service is equitable. What is 2 weeks to basically vote on it and get other amendments passed, like the Route L that my constituents are concerned about? So I'm just proposing that rather than to kill it while people are not going to vote for it, I'd rather vote for this. I know that a lot of people put a lot of time in this, but I want to propose an amendment that we refer it to next Common Council meeting to vote on it, to give 2 weeks for NAACP and Civil Rights Department to be able to work out some of these quirks. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I think that was an attempt to make a substitute motion.
Yes, Mayor.
So your substitute motion is to refer until the second council meeting in June.
Yes, Mayor.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Alder Abbas will second. All right, so the motion on the floor is to refer to the second council meeting in June. Are there questions? Alder Paulson?
Oh, yeah, this is for the staff. Given the state of the draft plan with the amendments as adopted at TPPB, is there work you can get started on in these 2 weeks, sort of working into the assumption that the plan largely as written is what would move forward?
I can't, I don't know that we'd want to devote the resources to it. Again, we're not really clear what we would do in those 2 week period, because it's not like we can just set up a public meeting tomorrow. Typically those are scheduled weeks or months in advance. And so, I don't know what we would do in that period of time.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And correct me if I'm incorrect, but my question is for Alder Miadze, kind of on, can I?
Yeah, so, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to remind us all that generally the proper thing is to address the chair with your comments or technically your questions as well. We usually allow questions to be directed to staff. And if you have a question for one of your colleagues, you can certainly express it to the chair, but then just to acknowledge that your colleague can choose whether they wish to answer it or not. Go ahead, Alder Curry.
Thank you for the clarification. I guess kind of building off of Alder Paulson's question, what would be expected to happen in the 2 weeks, and how does the council, since we'd be voting on this amendment, support that?
Vice President Curry, I really appreciate the question. I will be facilitating a meeting between NAACP and hopefully Norm Davis of Civil Rights can attend the meeting to be able to talk about some of the things a lot of things that people have addressed. I have a lot of respect for the NAACP that does a lot of work in the community. Given that we haven't even had a racial analyst study on one of the biggest, next to the probably the one on the terrorist, one of the biggest things that's coming to Madison. I think it's important. I think it's imperative that we hear the voice of NAACP and civil rights, and a lot of voices that have not. I believe that you know this already, Vice President, that a lot of times our voices are not heard. And I think it's important and imperative that one of the biggest corporations or places in Madison that actually supports people of color, that actually sits at the table and tries to come up with something. So I know that a lot of people are saying that what we will accomplish in 2 weeks, is hear the voices of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Chair, I would just like to call the question and take this vote, please.
Alder, we're still waiting on one of your colleagues to reconnect.
Oh, I thought she was already in. I saw her pop up. Regina?
Yes, we've lost Alder Fair now.
She's right there.
Alder
Oh,
Fair.
Fair, I'm sorry. Okay, well, don't let me then make a comment to it, because I mean, again, I think then is a proper time for me to bring up something that has been on my mind. I mean, passing this plan, it only gives us the opportunity to continue community engagement. I am grateful for so many people that came to the hearings, last night, that came to, well, not last night, but last week, to all the different engagements and public meetings that staff has had over the last 3 months and the full year that I have been holding this role. So I'm grateful for all of that. I was a little bit thrown back by some leaderships, some people from the leadership communities that kind of just discovered that this process is happening. So I would love to be able to continue those conversations with those leaders and to encourage that connection with staff to ensure that we can support staff in order to serve our communities. I understand my role as an elder is to support my district and the city, but that role doesn't fall on just the 20 of us. We have extensions on this community that we can reach out to, and obviously they are very interested on this topic. So we should be able to collaboratively work with them in order to establish and to facilitate additional meetings for the next phase of this project. This project doesn't mean that we stop collecting community input. It doesn't mean that we're done and we're going to implement this change tomorrow. It just means that we have an opportunity to get to learn from the voices that we heard and go back to those groups, to those individuals, to those leaders in our communities, and say, okay, let's put these meetings together for staff to show up and do the work. This also means that we as a city, I mean, I'm not going to make an excuse for this council on the way that we manage interpretations for people that need them. We know that that's an issue across the board, not just on this particular project. It is something for us to, again, look at. We look at that on the last budget, and it's something that we should be looking in the upcoming budget. How can we reinforce interpretation services and figure out ways to make our communication reach people that don't speak English? I mean, that is something that is an ongoing issue everywhere, not just on this project. So, and we have power over that. We have power on controlling the budget and making sure that those services are funded. So I do take responsibility for my part on this process, and I think we all have to take to recognize that we cannot expect for staff to do the outreach for us. We need to continue to do those collaborations. I know, I mean, I've been in many of these meetings. They have come to the NRTs in my district. There has been neighborhood association involvement, but there's more. We should be arranging for them to be at the community meals, to be able to be at the activities that we're having at the parks right now. We have all this summer that we have all these activities bringing the parks back to life on the NRT locations. They should have a table on those places. So to me, this is not just the end of this. This is just the beginning. I think the voices that spoke tonight, they have been heard. And I'm taking that very serious. So I'm committed to do the work. And I am hoping that we can just get this plan going so staff can commit to start the modifications and continue to the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We are back at full strength now, and I cannot resist saying that this would not be an issue if we were all together in chambers, and now have a full queue as well. Alder Abbas.
Yeah, amen to that. Coming back to chamber. um, yeah, so what Alder Mayad's motion is about refer, I do not see as a bad idea. I'm still not sure there is a buy-in for that motion or not, but I can give my suggestion if that's helpful, or my opinion, not suggestion. During the Transportation Planning Board, many of you were attending that meeting, and staff mentioned that L route was proposed after community feedback, and community want a connection, but they did not have a desire of, shorter time. They just want a connection. I think so. There was some miscommunication for sure here. I'm not accusing staff or anyone. I do think so. If refer happened, it gives me, Alder Mayadze, others opportunity to at least discuss that amendment with the community, and perhaps in the next meeting, we might came with a different amendment or outcome, because that's a question you guys all need to ask. Like, if it refer, what will change? Perhaps you will refuse it because of budgetary reason, because some of you already made your mind, or some of you might approve it and say, hey, this is a good idea. This is equity issue, and we should, I heard what Alder Bennett said was really heart touching. And imagine somebody have to carry the grocery and wait for 30 minutes, 40, 50. I just can't believe that. So I'm not really against that motion. I think so. This took really long time. I think so. There is a buy-in overall. I can sense that. Even I am saying there's a really high point in BRT network redesign. But if we take next meeting or meeting after next meeting, perhaps it give us a little more time to marinate and create confidence in the community. As Alder Vice President Curry mentioned, we need to improve on communication. Perhaps that give people, building more trust in the system, and they feel like, yep, city is putting effort and they're coming back again and discussing. And perhaps we could have a different outcome. So I will support that referral. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Bennett.
Mayor, is it in order for me to ask a question of staff?
Is there any objection? I'm not seeing an objection, Alder. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess this is a question for Justin or whoever wants to answer. In this hypothetical scenario, in which Alder Miance or whomever else successfully coordinates a meeting between Metro staff, NAACP, and other community stakeholders, and such a meeting did result in seeing additional changes that need to happen, would it be feasible or would it be possible for staff to make amendments from such a meeting?
I guess that would be up to the council. Certainly we could draw things up and you could consider them, but, they were not considered or reviewed by the Policy and Planning Board. So, it may end up being a slippery slope where you then re-refer it to the Policy and Planning Board again for additional consideration and then come back to council. But I mean, certainly anything is within your purview to approve or not. I think the reality of just schedules, right, where, it's going to be very difficult for us to get a meeting on the books in a reasonable amount of time, not just us, but, on the other groups that we want to meet with. It's hard to imagine that meeting happens within the next week. And then, then we have virtually no time to turn that information around back to you. And we're going to be sending it out, at the last minute. And I don't know that that's going to be very productive.
Mm-hmm. So, time constraints aside, do you foresee an additional meeting resulting in additional amendments, given what you've heard tonight and last night, and I guess in public engagement from what the people are wanting? would an additional meeting result in more proposed amendments?
I mean, the only thing that has been raised for us has been increasing the frequency of this Route L, which we heard, was raised to us last night, which I imagine that somebody would propose. But other than that, most of the discussion has been around amendments that were already presented and approved by TPPB last night, including the ones in Southdale and South Madison. So, to my knowledge, we aren't aware of any other specific amendments that are being requested. It was more advocating for those two, which did pass. And
sure. And finally, hold on, let me gather my thoughts. I'm sorry. Why is it 12 o'clock in the morning?
That's not a question Justin can answer, Alder.
I'm sorry. It was in my mind and then it flew away.
There are other alders in the queue.
Okay. I'll defer till I can gather my thoughts.
Alder Evers.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, colleagues, for patience for me to get back on. I won't be supporting this motion to refer to our next meeting, not because I'm against the idea of more engagement or against the involvement of the NAACP and Alder Miazzi in trying to get more buy-in, but I don't think that we can accomplish much in 2 weeks. And I will also want to counter this idea that resident engagement and voices, particularly from the Black community, have not been heard. And marginalized groups in District 13 and District 14 were given the opportunity and voices were heard. There's a meeting in Bay Creek residents that Metro staff showed up on, I think it was in early February. And as a result, the ideas that resulted in the O route, that's where that originated. Concerns of people who live in the Romness apartments, the CDA apartments there on Olin Avenue, were forcefully expressed. And a subsequent meeting at the South Madison Planning Council that Alder Carter and I attended, additional voices were heard. That resulted in 4E, Amendment 4E. So the notion that voices have not been heard or that racial equity has not been sufficiently viewed as important in this planning process is an accusation or a suggestion that I don't think has any merit. It's true that a Title VI racial equity analysis has not been done yet. It's because that is to be done of the plan. You have to have a plan in place to analyze. And currently, there's no plan. We're here to vote on a plan. Delaying 2 weeks is not going to change things. Now, a path forward, if Alder Abbas wants to put forth an amendment for 2 more buses on Route L, as he discussed with me today, let's vote on that. Let's vote on that tonight, because that's the only thing that would matter. And you'd be voting on $1 million in addition to the Metro budget, but we should vote on that. And nothing else is going to change in 2 weeks. So I will not be supporting this referral, and we should just move on and vote.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Now, is it appropriate for me to call the question? I don't know.
There is no one else in the queue, so we will move to the question.
Thank you.
The question that is before us is referral to the second Common Council meeting in June. I anticipate a split vote, so we'll go to a roll call. All those in favor of referral, aye. Those opposed to referral, no, as your name is called. And I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alder Benford?
No.
No. Alder Bennett?
No.
Alder Bennett?
No.
No? Okay. Alder Carter?
No.
Alder Conklin,
No.
Alder Curry,
No.
no. Alder Evers,
No.
no. Alder Figueroa Cole,
No.
no. Alder Foster,
No.
no. Alder Furman,
No.
no. Alder Halverson,
Aye.
aye. Alder Harrington McKinney,
Could you come back to me, please?
sure. Alder Heck,
No.
Alder Miadzi,
Yes.
yes. Alder Paulson,
No.
no. Alder Fair,
No.
no. Alder Tischler,
No.
no. Alder Verveer,
No.
no. Alder Vitiver,
No.
no. Alder Wehelia,
Aye.
aye. Alder Abbas,
Aye.
aye. And then I'll go back to Alder Harrington McKinney,
I'm going to abstain.
abstain. Okay, I'm going to count that one more time. 1, 2, 3. 15 noes, 4 ayes, 1 abstain.
With 15 noes, that motion fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to adopt the Metro Network redesign plan as amended by the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing no further discussion on the motion, I anticipate again a split vote, so we'll go to a roll call. All those in favor of adoption, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called. And the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Benford,
Aye.
aye. Alder Bennett,
I'm so sorry. I blanked out for 2 seconds. It's I for yes for the bus or no?
Yeah, the aye to adopt the redesign plan.
Okay, sorry. Aye.
sorry, could you repeat that? Alder?
Yes.
Yes, okay, sorry. Alder Carter,
No.
no. Alder Conklin,
Yes.
yes. Alder Curry,
Aye.
aye. Alder Evers,
Aye.
aye. Alder Figueroa Cole,
Yes.
yes. Alder Foster,
Aye.
aye. Alder Furman,
Aye.
aye. Alder Halverson,
No.
no. Alder Harrington McKinney,
No.
no. Alder Heck,
Aye.
aye. Alder Miadzi,
No.
no. Alder Paulson,
Yes.
yes. Alder Fair,
Aye.
aye. Alder Tischler,
Aye.
aye. Alder Verveer,
Aye.
aye. Alder Vitiver,
Aye.
aye. Alder Wehelia,
No.
no. Alder Abbas,
No.
no. That is 1, 2, 3. 14 ayes.
With 14 ayes, the motion passes. And that brings us to the end of our items. I will just let our new colleagues know that we have started rotating the honor of adjourning our meetings. And today it is Alder Benford's turn.
Thank you, Mayor. Move for adjournment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we stand adjourned. Have a good morning, everyone.